Here it
I'm
is.
working on.
Miss Vela, could you help me with something for a moment?
Miss Rayla is reading scrolling text.
Damn. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Clicky something. Clicky. Clicky and read. Oh wait, maybe. Maybe it'll work.
The link is not working for me.
Click begin.
It's
It's not working?
Working for me.
Let me try it.
Here, I put it in the TeamSpeak in case there's your browser.
Okay, there we go. I think I...
Oh god, a Transorgan? It's not an escort, is it? Escort missions are always go bad.
Transport mission to the prison planet of BELSAVIS.
Yeah, Savage. I never even heard of that planet.
New to me.
Of course, never heard of DENON either, so.
Yep. Alright, so,
And I will tell everybody at work that you like their app.
So... let me move this sector.
Where
Ranger
is
command here.
BELSAVIS?
BELSAVIS is located, let me ping it.
Oh, that's quite a distance there.
Yonder, in ye old Outer Rim. We'll get to the description of BELSAVIS once you guys are actually given your mission. So don't worry, I will explain what BELSAVIS is. It is actually a very...
Check it out right now. Sorry about
It is
that.
a very well-known planet.
So it's almost on the outer rim, it looks like.
It's technically the Outer Rim. Alright, so we pick up roughly a month after your adventures on Vendaxa. You guys have been here the entire time, at least those of you associated with the Sector Rangers. B may or may not have traveled off-world for a brief time if she needed to. But effectively, the Far Ranger has been grounded this entire time. There have been a lot of events happening here, and we'll just kind of go through them. You guys returned to DENON, and you had a load of illicit cargo from recovered from your assault mission on the Herikdar Syndicate camp. You arrived to kind of drop jaws when you opened up the cargo bay and they found 24 would-be assassin droids in your cargo bay, as well as some other things, some defunct Zeratol Night Stinger rifles, some various other devices, and everybody was stunned to hear through the grapevine, even before you had managed to report to your sector chief, that you had killed the 3 leaders of the Herikdar in a daring assault on their camp. It most definitely created a lot of controversy and talk throughout the Sector Rangers on DENON. And your assault over their compound with the Far Ranger was definitely a big thing. You all have been getting some looks, and people have been pretty interested in you. There's been some fallout. Where to start? I guess most prominently, your mission, your ship has been grounded pending the results of an inquest into the actions of Chen Nevada, I guess your commander on your last mission, and Chen has not had a very good time of it for the last couple of weeks. He's been in and out of hearings and meetings and whatnot with various members of Central Command, and apparently even a representative from Drunkenwell, and it's just been a nightmare, a general living hell for poor Chen. And yeah, pending the results of the investigation, you guys have not received any new missions, and the Far Ranger has been grounded. Fortunately, Roddick, with the help of Rayla, were able to use at least a little bit of their clout from the mission, as well as, I guess, arguing via established Sector Ranger policy to get the Far Ranger a little bit upgraded while it was at least being held down here. Your two forward dorsal, which is the upper side mounted blaster cannons, have been removed, and although it took quite a lot of work, a heavy ion cannon turret has been added to the forward ventral section, the forward undersection. So now you have only 3 turrets, but one of them is a pretty big-ass ball turret. And although you have no guns on your upper arc, it means all of your guns in your lower arc can now be brought to bear on whatever targets you are engaging. Specifically useful if you are in atmosphere. You're not, defenseless in space, but it does mean that Rayla will be having to pull off some piloting maneuvers to roll the ship quickly enough to get your belly guns or your bottom arc into position if somebody is attacking you from above. It's a noted trade-off, but now you definitely have some additional firepower and the ability to hopefully neutralize targets without just destroying them outright. Some other things have happened. Zeta 3 has been confirmed as a member for your crew. All the paperwork has been taken care of. Initially, he had been purchased by Loris Kron using his own personal funds to get him to you guys as fast as possible. He didn't have time to go through Sector Ranger bureaucracy for that, but in the month following, the droid has been officially signed to your crew. You've also received some I guess, resupply. The Far Ranger's been topped off, and your requested equipment, Roddick has gone through for the sector, for the Far Ranger at least. You guys are going to be operating on a budget. Let's see here. I guess I'll actually inform you of that. Chief Kron, during one of his meetings with you, has told you that he was able to secure 1 month worth of funding for the Far Ranger. Apparently there is some significant doubt as to the effectiveness of your crew and whether or not this massive ship that they bought was a waste of money. But he was able to go to bat for you and get you 1 month of funding. But he does tell you, and I'll probably reiterate this during your conversation with him, that you guys are very much on watch right now, and they're going to be looking for results, hopefully to continue your mission. Let me give you your official number here. It's definitely enough to...
Offing the leaders of the Hurricdar isn't results enough for them.
Well, Chen, I guess we'll hop right into it. You have received a significant amount of complaints from various parties. Notably, the security authorities on Drunkenwell have filed an official complaint against you. Apparently, they were not happy with the fact that an assassin who had killed several members of their police force was left in your care and ended up getting hold of a weapon and killing himself. They were very pissed by this. It probably also didn't help that you completely alienated the security chief there. So you're definitely facing like an inquiry into here. They've been asking you over and over again about your actions on Drunkenwell and Vendaxa, and you've also received a complaint regarding your behavior with your asset on your ship. Apparently, Agent B was willing to work with you, but didn't exactly forget the fact that you just locked her up without charging her with any crimes at the time. Although that happened later. So Chen, you've been in pretty hot water. What friends you had in the Sector Rangers seem to have been quickly drying up because it seems like you are very volatile at the moment, and nobody really wants to risk their career right now. The only person going to bat for you, despite your relationship and despite how gruff he comes across, is Sector Chief Kron, your immediate boss. He's really put his neck out on the line for you, and while he lets you know that, he's still the only person there really willing to defend you, and he's been kind of your primary sort of guardian through the process of all of these hearings, trying to protect you from internal affairs. During this time, Rayla, you were given a choice by the Sector Rangers. They apparently, during their process of reviewing the reports, discovered that you were left in charge of official, prisoners multiple times, and while it was never fully brought up that there was an incident where somebody managed to disarm you, they did insist, if you were to continue working with the Sector Rangers, that you go through a crash course to become an official deputy. And you've been receiving some criminal justice training and some general tactical training. It's not enough to actually have you trained in bureaucracy, but I am going to give you... I am going to say that when you roll bureaucracy now, your general knowledge includes knowledge of the laws. They're also offering you the standard Sector Ranger equipment, the Sector Ranger uniform, armor if you so wish, and basic armaments. But yeah, for like the last several weeks, Rayla, you've just been going through courses and like training courses and firing ranges, and they've really been kind of putting you through hell. But you've been learning a lot. During this time, I think Roddick has also been grounded on the planet, and he's been trying to just keep everything together while Chen's been busy with the hearings. He's kind of overseen the refits to the Far Ranger. He's been taking care of most of the issues regarding your actual mission to Vendaxa. There's been a lot of debriefing from all of you, but Roddick's been handling most of it. They still don't know a whole lot about the things that you guys recovered, but we'll kind of cover that in a little bit. And Signal has also been, I guess, overseeing the refits to the Far Ranger. He's also been, although nobody else knows this, operating his own repair service out of the hangar bay to try to get his hands on a little bit extra money. So, roughly a month later, things are definitely starting to come to a head, and Chen, I would like to know how you would defend yourself and your actions to the the council, who are basically kind of overseeing your, I guess, the committee overseeing the inquest. They specifically bring up that there are several instances where you did not work with authorities on the planets and actively kind of worked against them, as well as the very specific incident of the prisoner offing himself. That's, I guess, primary charge kind of number one. The second one is your handling of their private contractor, Agent B, like the detainment thereof. And I think the third is the general actions on Vendaxa, and they haven't been open in terms of whether they approve or disapprove of what happened, but they have been questioning you pretty heavily about your use of very much lethal force without really attempting to bring them in for questioning or something. I think there's a lot more sympathy on this issue than some of the others. Several of the veterans on the committee recognized that you were well outgunned on the ground, and it was probably a tactically sound maneuver, but you still have to answer for the fact that you blew up 3 starships which were grounded and mostly defenseless and pretty much killed everybody there. So, Chin, how would you like to respond? This is not just one meeting, but...
On the first issue, I want to emphasize how utterly ineffective the law enforcement on Druckenwell was, and how we barely held off assassins in Druckenwell security uniforms while we were going after our target. And so from then on out, I really had no reason to trust anybody in their department anymore, because for all I know, any one of them could well have been, an infiltrator.
I think you get a little bit of play with that argument, but then it turns around to what happened with the handling of the assassin. How exactly do you address that? I think
it was an error in judgment, and I was not expecting to, run into a highly trained assassin inside of, a high security, police facility.
All right, give me 1 second, please. I gotta answer the door.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm back. So I think you get a lot less in the way of I guess leeway with this. We're gonna have you make a roll. I guess on each issue. So can you give me a persuasion check in regards to this? That's definitely pretty good. You're definitely, by the end of this kind of first set of hearings, you're definitely getting the feeling that they're not going to be pursuing the matters where you were incooperative with the local authorities. It's in the Sector Ranger guidelines that they have to cooperate with you. You have to cooperate with them as best you can. This was more of a political issue than anything else. You get the feeling that on this, they're not really going to pursue anything. As well as you argue, however, they do end up issuing an official reprimand on your record for your handling of the prisoner. I think one of them says that you may not have been expecting a highly trained assassin, but the fact that you had already arrested said individual who had attempted to assassinate somebody should have given you some inkling that they were dangerous. And the bottom line was that this was an individual whose custody status had not been ascertained as of yet. Apparently, the Drunkenwell authorities really wanted him pretty badly, and he ended up dead. So you're able to not weasel, but kind of talk your way out of a lot of the blame for this. People understand that things happen. However, you definitely do still kind of get a black mark on your record for this. How about the second area of questioning in regards to your handling and quote illegal detainment of an operative assigned to your squad?
Well, I want to answer that by the fact that I really didn't know who was assigned to my squad at that point, because all that really happened is we met some random Twi'lek at a bar who some other people seem to take issue with as a thief. Then a big gunfight breaks out because of these people and because of said thief's actions. And then, some Wookiee comes in, gets shot in the face, turns out to be a shapeshifter, and at that point we needed to get to Vendaxa as soon as possible, and I didn't have time to try to get to the bottom of the whole situation, so I thought it was in the best interests of the security of my ship and my people to just detain the agent until we could figure out what the hell was going on.
How do you... some of that definitely kind of resonates. Apparently, Agent B, you get the feeling, is noted for not behaving in the most normal of fashion. She's noted as something of an eccentric. You don't get a whole lot of details or anything about previous missions or anything. But they do bring up the point that the agent claims to have identified herself as the one who you were to be meeting, and that identified herself as an official contractor for the Sector Rangers. And this is definitely, I think, unless you would lie about it, Roddick, I can't imagine you would. You probably at least support that you heard this is a fact. Is that correct?
Lie about what specifically? I'm sorry.
She did identify herself as the agent you guys were seeking. That you were present for that. I don't imagine you would lie, would you?
No, I would say that I probably would say that the agent initially came off as completely incompetent, but improved as the mission went along.
The main thing they're getting at is that the agent identified herself and was still kept in detention, despite actually having been wounded fairly severely.
Considering the recent events on the planet, I was in no position to be taking the word of, be taking official personnel who claimed they were official personnel at their word. I really had no idea how deep this infiltration ran and what they were up to, so it was in my best interest to be distrustful.
Give me a persuasion roll on this one. I'm not going to tell you if there are any negative modifiers or anything, but that's a fairly good argument. That's actually a very good argument. Was that a 20? Wow. Yeah.
Nice time to roll 20.
Yeah, good time to roll a 20. They see your side of the argument. While you are definitely kind of encouraged to examine how exactly you are holding people, they definitely recognize, and I think one of the committee members sighs when he says there have been other complaints in regards to the attitude of Agent B when working with other teams. Yeah, you're totally let off the hook for that. You're still a little bit reprimanded for just throwing her in a cell and kind of forgetting about her for a while. But in the end, they understand, and your reasonings are at least sound to them. They don't necessarily agree with it, but they don't hold it against you. No official reprimand for that one. So how do you deal with the third section here. And again, like it seems like they're already very receptive to arguments that you needed to use lethal force, but it's literally something they have to go through.
Well,
specifically, how you approach this situation on Vendaxa.
I want to address the fact that our intention was to disable the drives of the ship and basically force them to surrender by nature of, not being able to go anywhere. And that did not really work out because our agent got discovered at a very unfortunate time. And so we basically had the choice came down to, kind of lethal force, guns blazing, or let them escape. And given the option, I thought it was, it was more prudent to take down, a bunch of these high-ranking known criminals than to let them loose again into the galaxy.
That definitely seems to resonate with them. Can you give me another persuasion roll? Okay. So yeah, you definitely kind of make some headway with this one. They're all understanding that you went to a very dangerous planet, and apparently Roddick shoots you, and you were facing forces that far outnumbered you. You didn't have great intel. You made the best decision you could. You're cautioned against using this kind of highly lethal force in the future, but again, I think some of the veterans on there understand. So, yeah, by the end of it all, if you received an official reprimand, and you get the feeling that you're being watched. If you screw up again, you're going to have to face the committee again, probably. But you managed to get out of it without being burned too badly. Agent B, you are called in at some point to testify for the facts that as to how everything happened, and during one particular session, it comes to light that official charges are not being placed on you for apparently there's a laundry list of impersonating an officer, lying to sector rangers, blah blah blah. There's many counts of this. They're not charging you with these things, but Chief Kron, the guy who hired you and who has hired you for missions in the past, definitely gives you kind of a strongly worded advisement about not deliberately pissing off the officers aboard the ship, and that if another incident happens like this again, they're not going to be able to ignore charges, however minor they may seem. You get the feeling that at least one person on the ship was definitely trying to pursue the full measure of justice against you, and the Sector Ranger HQ ended up taking a little bit more of a tactful approach. However, they've noted what was, quote, unprofessional behavior, and while they don't take a stance on it, they urge you to perhaps re-examine your methods of interacting with the crew in the future. You're not an official deputy or a member of the Rangers by any means, but Kron offers you a fairly standard rate for continuing to work with them on this next mission.
Oh, also, I want to make sure that I mention, how useful Orville was to, giving us information and how he was cooperative and everything, and recommend that he be pardoned and kind of
Yeah,
given
that-
some freedom to go about his way.
that definitely has a lot of impact. Apparently, they were still trying to decide what to do with him. Give me another persuasion roll, please. They definitely. A few of them are a little bit, you know, not very interested in the topic at all. Like they see him as just another scumbag, not a big fish or anything. But they do agree that since he helped you so much, and with your endorsement of him, they agree to take it into consideration. It doesn't sound like he's going to be sent to prison, but you're not exactly the full aware of the fullness of his status going forward. But they do say that your recommendation carries some weight. Rayla has been officially commendated, or I guess commended for her actions on Vendaxa, and that's part of the reason why you went through your training. So at the end of this, after the hearing's all wrapped up, everybody is called into the headquarters building, and Chen, you are kind of let in first to Sector Chief Kron's office. If you remember, he's one of those three-eyed grands. He's a very surly individual, but despite your relationship with him, by now you definitely learned that he really did his best to try to protect you as someone under his command in terms of his actions with the committee. So he calls you in and he says, Nevada, have a seat. And he puts out a cigar on his desk.
I'm gonna sit down and make sure to thank him for all his help throughout the last month of hearings.
Yeah, he nods and kind of waves a hand dismissively. He says, IA is a terrible but unfortunate reality of our business. I've dealt with them many times. Water under the bridge, or however you want to say. Anyway, I called you in here first before everyone else to let you know you're out of trouble with the committee, although they'll be watching you. I've managed to secure funding for the Far Ranger, but he kind of sighs and he says, there are a lot of eyes on you. This was already kind of a controversial buy, and Central Command is wanting to see some results. I can only tell you, keep your head down, try to keep out of trouble. We do have finally a new mission for you. This might not exactly be what you wanted, but this is the best I could do at the time. You know, there are basically three kind of types of sector rangers. There's your typical sector ranger who is assigned duties within a specific sector. There's the senior enforcement officers, which is kind of like the hope and dream of every sector ranger. They're able to cross boundaries pretty much at will, and they kind of patrol the galaxy at large. And then there's a third sort of unofficial status, which is where you mostly fit in. You're a sector ranger, and you are not assigned to any one specific sector. You act somewhat like a senior enforcement officer, but you're given your specific objectives instead of the senior enforcement officers have a lot of jurisdictional leeway. You are sent on missions to a variety of sectors, and it's mainly viewed as sort of the interim position if you're on the fast track to becoming an SEO. So with that in mind, he says, you're gonna have to be careful on this one. There was a lot of talk. Some of the committee members wanted to put Roddick in charge of this next one, but you managed to assuage whatever concerns they had, at least for the moment. But keep your head down. And then he goes on to explain to you the mission details. He says we have a prisoner. We need transported to the prison planet of BELSAVIS. Obviously, you know what BELSAVIS is. It's probably the most famous prison in our section of the galaxy. Very old. The whole world is considered cordoned off. Not much in the way of settlement. Prison here is several thousand years old, and it is one of the highest maximum security facilities that we work in conjunction with. You'll be transporting a prisoner known as Vina. What's her name? Sorry, for some reason it's not. Where is it in my notes? Yes. Vina Derek. She's well, she's an interesting one. That's for sure. He opens up basically her rap sheet, and as you're kind of looking through it, and as he explains, you gather that she is some sort of psychopath, and that she was a serial killer operating within the sector. She was brought in, and they've tried to secure her at various other sites, but she's managed to murder inmates pretty much wherever she's been, and a few guards. Interestingly, no escape attempts. She seems fairly happy just being in containment, so she can keep killing people, which is why they're sending her to BELSAVIS. She's definitely considered a very dangerous criminal. Very, very crazy. And he says she's a nasty piece of work. You're gonna need to keep an eye on her. Take no chances. She is a cold-blooded killer, and she does it just for sport. I know it's not a glamorous assignment, but you'll be charged with taking her to Vendaxa, or not Vendaxa, God, BELSAVIS. Take her to Vendaxa, just drop her in the jungle.
Take her to Vendaxa, find the nearest predator, and feed her to it. That's your objective.
she'd probably have fun on Vendaxa. Lots of animals to kill.
Take her to BELSAVIS. They're expecting your arrival. And we'll see where things go from there. Just a easy, simple transport job. You have any questions before I bring in the rest of your team and explain things to them?
Well, I hope you'll understand after the last mission if this doesn't turn out to be a simple transport job.
He just kind of deadpans. Says, I don't know what you mean. As far as Vina is concerned, she doesn't run with any known associates. The likelihood of interference is extremely low.
Well, extremely low odds always seem to come out not in my favor these days. Let's bring in Roddick and get down to brass tacks.
So he nods.
Rayla, I suppose.
And yeah, he calls in Rayla and Roddick. Rayla now, I think, probably in like the uniform of a ranger, and he welcomes you two in. He says, "Congratulations, Miss Farseeker, on becoming an officially recognized deputy. I've been instructed to inform you that your tactical trainers gave you very high marks, and thoroughly recommended you for the position.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, and he goes into explaining the details of the mission again. You're transporting a prisoner to BELSAVIS. It should be a straightforward transport job. And he reiterates very carefully, especially I think maybe for your benefit, Rayla, how dangerous this woman is, and to take all precautions when transporting her. If he basically intimates if she gets loose on your ship, it could be a bloodbath.
Anything she has for special talents we need to know of? I think I'll probably mention as I walk in, giving an approving look to Rayla on the way through, now that she's wearing the proper uniform. Glad to see that they took my recommendation seriously.
And he picks up a data pad and starts reading it. By all accounts, she is very quick and very deceptive. She seems to favor bladed weapons, preferably knives. You do not want to know what she does with them. I could show you the holologs, but you do not want to see these. You see his color like blanches a little bit as he's scrolling through it. She is apparently very adept in the arts, I would say, of acrobatics, and she's very nimble. Apparently, she's used her talents to physically slip out of restraints many times. You're gonna have to keep a close eye on her. She doesn't seem to have any notable other talents. She's just your typical grade A psychopath. Don't let her near anything sharp.
I'd say we don't keep her or let her get conscious until we get where we're going. No harm in keeping her sedated for the trip, I can see. I'm gonna kind of turn over to Jen.
How does Chen respond to this?
Seems like a good idea to me. And our medical droid can probably ensure that the sedatives are administered safely.
Alright. Just be warned. People have tried to sedate her before. And like I said, she's a very deceptive one. You're free to transport her by whatever means you see fit, as long as she is secure. So now, in regard to your funding, he says, looking at his data pad again. Understandably, there was a little bit of pushback from what's been happening, but I was able to get you at least some money for the next month or so. It says you're gonna have to make do with a budget here, but it should be more than enough. Let me see where I wrote that down. For right now, it's going to be fairly limited. It looks like you're going to have 5,000 credits. That's got to do you for your operational budget here. Use it on whatever you need. It's for general purposes for your ship and whatever uses you might find for it. But keep in mind that this is your fund for any sort of commercial activity, refueling, restocking, what have you. And at the end of your month, any extra funds are expected to be turned back over to the Rangers. I understand you've already had some equipment loaded up, and I've understood that the installation of your new ion turret is successful.
We appreciate that, sir. I'm going to definitely comment. Oh, one quick question, Star, before I know we're talking ship budget. Do we have emergency spacesuits on the ship already, or no? I was just wondering in case there was a breach. I don't want to suffocate.
Escape pods.
It has escape pods. This isn't really like Stars Without Number, where we've got like vac suits everywhere. You're most versed with this, Cloud, in terms of the spacesuit stuff. Are there literally just standard flight suits that can be sealed up?
It's a
The
basic
standard
spacesuit
flight
for
suit is
2,000.
sealable, but they're 1,000 credits each.
2,000 credits each, actually.
2,000. Wow.
A standard spacesuit is. A flight suit is 1,000.
What's the difference?
The spacesuit actually counts as armor. It's a light armor, I think. The flight suit doesn't.
Okay. I think they go with the flight suits. They're cheaper and easier to store. He was probably you probably have 4 extras on your ship. Rayla has her own, so you probably have 4 stored on your ship somewhere.
Okay, that's good to know.
4 basic, bipedal, roughly human configuration. I think you don't need one since you've got your armor. But yeah, you've got 4 generic flight suits there that can be sealed in an event of emergency.
Nice, very, very good to know. Appreciate that.
Is there any questions or concerns you all have before you get officially underway? I think everything's been loaded up onto your ship and it's been resupplied.
I guess one last question: do the medical supplies and the fire extinguishers and stuff like that come out of the 5,000 now, or did that come out already?
5,000 now.
Okay, I'll have to figure out how much that is then. Appreciate it. I'll go through it real quick.
I just want to tell the chief that if this mission goes south, I'll try to make a little bit less of a mess.
He just laughs.
Isn't that what the heavy ion cannons for, Jen?
He just laughs and he says, "I'm sure you'll do that. Well, good luck. Report back in once you've reached BELSAVIS safely with your prisoner."
Do I need to make it? Where can I make a note of where we're spending the money? Can I figured it out roughly what it should be, but I wasn't sure.
You can.
I put a note down in upgrades on the Far Ranger itself.
Yeah, you guys have notes on the Far Ranger. You all should have access to the ship. I think. Yeah, can be edited by all players. There's a notes section at the bottom of the Far Ranger. You can just keep track of it there.
Cool.
All right, so with that, you're dismissed. He wishes you good luck. Trying to think if there was anything else. No, I think on your way out, he says, about the that transmission you guys intercepted from that unknown vessel back on Vendaxa. They're still working on decrypting it. No progress there just yet. They were definitely able to determine it was some sort of Imperial code, although our contacts within the Remnant ensure us that it's not one of their official channels. They're actually sending over an advisor sometime in the next week or two to come give it a look for us.
Well, whatever they could have been doing with the Hurricdar couldn't have been good, so it's probably a good thing that there's not much left of the Hurricdar for them to work with.
All right, so you guys head out.
I will follow Jin. I'll be talking to him on the way. Are we headed towards the Far Ranger, I'm guessing?
And
you
head
guys
towards
are coming down the turbo. Yeah, like you're coming down from the turbo lift from his office.
Gonna buy Roddick 5,000 credits worth of wrist rockets.
Oh, wow.
No, not really.
I'm gonna wrist rocket that guy, and that guy, and that. Yeah.
Does anybody actually have a reason to go to requisitions?
Offhands? I don't think so right now.
I assume our ship is kind of loaded up with like basic supplies and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're quite good then.
I'm going to run this by Zin, though I'm going to note that that's going to take 4,570 out of our budget should we equip that, and I don't know how much refueling would cost and see what his opinion is. The med pack is 10 of them, by the way, which is why it's 1,000. We could cut down on those.
You already have 9 med packs aboard.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll drop back to 1 for 100 then to bring it back to 10.
Wouldn't Zeta 3 already have a medical and surgical kit?
They're not infinite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they get used. He came with 10. He used one of them.
I think we're good with what we have. I'd rather save the credits for now because I have the distinct impression that this is gonna go bad real quick. It's just our luck.
Were you okay with approving the lesser version of that, or do you want to try and cut some of these things off?
This
Got
prisoner,
some of it,
was she being placed on the ship to start with, or were you supposed to pick her up somewhere, or...
You were instructed that she was going to be delivered to your hangar by a fairly heavy-duty security escort.
Indeed. I best run some checks on those cells then.
Oh, here we go. Morrison sent me the. Do we have any surgical kits on board?
He comes with 1.
Probably skimp the surgical kit then, Jen. I'll probably comment as we're walking to our ship down the hallways, going over what all the safety precautions Rodix is concerned about.
What's this targeting laser for?
You never know when someone might need to target for our ship on the ground, and I'm going to kind of motion back towards the general direction of Agent B. And
Oh,
say
so
that,
it's like
come
a
in
spot.
handy.
It's like a spotting laser kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay.
It works with both anything that has tracking and also vehicle weapons. So it would work with our Fire Ranger guns or our arrow grenade launcher, that sort of thing.
So you guys take your speeder back to your hangar, and you can see, I think, Signal is outside supervising one last little plate being welded onto the exterior, and Agent B is somewhere within the confines of the ship.
Signal. Good to see you hard at work.
Ah, yes, Miss Rayla.
I told you, right, guys? That we got apparently Signal, apparently N41 had a vocabulator installed. It was broken. We got it fixed though.
It should be most helpful. No,
You can see that
no.
he's got-
You have to weld that plate there.
Yeah, so he spins around, and you can see 2 little panels pop open, one on each side of him, and a tiny little claptrap-esque arm comes out and points and directs.
Signal, how are the parts working out for you that I authorized? I'll comment as I walk past them.
They work
Is there
excellently.
a moment of oh god, did he find out?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, Signal. We apparently are going to. I need to stop saying Signal. I don't actually know his name is Signal. N41. Would you like to help me in a diagnostic on the prison cells? It seems to be picking up a rather dangerous person on board soon.
Ah, yes. That sounds more important than this metal plate I'm supervising, but yes. Turns out this is the breach hall.
Whenever you get sucked out into space because this thing wasn't properly secured. So, you all make your way up onto the ship. What's Agent B doing?
I'm in the lounge area watching TV.
Okay, so you're appropriately lounging in the lounge area. I'll switch this over. So yeah, you guys find B just kind of lounging in the area, watching a holovid. I think it's this holovid about this spy that like it's a fairly long-running series, and the actor keeps getting replaced. He's supposed to be a pretty suave spy, but he gets into a lot of trouble occasionally, and this is like maybe the 633rd holovid in the series. So what does everybody do? It sounds like Rayla's going down with Signal to go check the cells. Does anybody have any notable things before we get underway?
Other than putting in an order for...
Yeah, me and Radhika are sort of working on kind of an order for equipment for the ship here.
Okay.
Radhika wants some fire extinguishers. Do we already have those?
There are fire extinguishers aboard. I think he mentioned getting one for the Arrow too, which I don't think it actually probably comes with one.
After I check
So,
the
how many-
cells, I have to figure out what the route to.
How many do we have on board right now?
I have no idea. At least one per deck, probably
Oh, cool.
2. So you probably have like 6.
Oh, okay. Probably just get a couple then.
Now, if you want to buy replacement charges for them, I think they're a lot cheaper than the actual extinguisher. But Miss Rayla, would you like to help me in reprogramming a less useful skill into one I believe will be more useful?
What skill do you think you'd need, Signal? And 41?
Knowledge, galactic lore.
Seems like a strange thing to be trained in. If you want to know more about the galaxy, I guess we could do that.
So you want to make a use computers check?
I can indeed.
The DC on this was 20, right, Foster?
30 minus my will defense, which is 14, so DC
Okay.
16.
Nice.
So I need to roll a 9. So yeah.
Can I assist her even though I'm shutting down?
No, unfortunately not. You have to be offline for the process.
I rolled exactly what I needed.
Nice. Very well done. Signal does not wake up with his vocabulary spewing Jawa or some shit. All right, so which skill are you replacing?
Stealth.
Okay, all right. Yep, you untrain stealth and train in galactic lore.
I still have a +7 in stealth, just being small.
And you guys make your way down to the cell. What exactly were you looking to do with the cells? Just double check their integrity? Were you looking to reinforce one of them, or?
Our shells are like they're like force fields, right? They're not like bars.
Yeah. So there's an external door to each of the detention cell areas. There's 3 cells in each of the 2 areas. And that external door is a physical door that's lockable. The 3 cells themselves do have force field doors.
I always have to check the integrity of them, make sure they're all fine and dandy, and if we can,
Okay.
I could possibly make one stronger, I suppose.
Do you want to take like maybe the port side cells and have Signal run diagnostics on the starboard side cells? Kind of make things go quicker, because you're kind of expecting this prisoner any minute now.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, both of you, give me a mechanics roll, please.
Mine's not so great.
All right. Nothing looks out of the ordinary to you, Rayla. It all looks pretty fine. Signal, you find that like port side or starboard cell 3, there's like a minor power fluctuation with the emitters, and you fix that no problem.
Yep. And I think it's actually a 24 for diagnosed problems, but
Is it really that high?
no, I mean that's my check.
Oh, okay.
I get a +2 for diagnosing problems.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are finishing that up, and a hail gets routed through the ship, and I think probably to Signal, informing you that the transport crew has arrived, and I think you can look out of the ship and see that there is a trio of armored land speeders that have kind of swooped up into the bay, and the two ones on the side are like depositing like fairly rough looking sector ranger security officers.
I find no problems with the cells, Rayla.
Yeah, the port side ones seem fine as well.
There was a minor fluctuation, but I corrected it.
The port side
So,
ones seem to be functioning normally, as far as I can tell.
Roddick and Chen, you're both noted that the prisoner details arrived.
I'm going to definitely walk out to meet them and get a good look at this dangerous person.
I'm going to unholster my repeating blaster and extend the stock.
Okay.
Stand it ready, basically.
Where are you standing at the ramp, or are you following Roddick?
Yeah, kind of at the ramp while
Okay.
Roddick goes ahead.
So
Start
Roddick
covering.
moves ahead, and you see like I think probably 3 officers from each of the escort vehicles, and a couple exit from the primary one. And several of them move to the back of the primary one and begin opening up the back hatch. They take somewhat of a defensive stance around the area, and one of the officers approaches you, Roddick, and he I think he's a let's see here. I really need a random species generator for Star Wars. He's actually a Koran, a 4-tentacled. Let me put this up. A 4-tentacled bipedal species from the same homeworld as the Mon Calamari. I'm looking at an image right now.
They're squid heads, basically.
There you go.
Ah, good old calamaris.
So yeah, he walks up to you and he has like a data pad. Do you see that his blaster pistol is unholstered and is in his other hand, although it's not pointed anywhere? And he gives you a nod and he says, "Are you Officer Concord?"
That's correct. I'm going to take a step forwards and say, I heard this one gave you some trouble in the past, and I'm going to look in that direction.
Excuse me, I have to sneeze. Oh, okay. Yeah, he kind of glances over his shoulder as they're starting to move what looks to be a rather lithe, skinny, kind of dark orange skinned Twi'lek from the back of the craft, and he nods and he says, "Good luck with this one. I don't recommend you get close enough for her to spit in your eyes. One of our guys learned that right at the get-go. She's a piece of work."
I'm going to look at him with my reflection of his image on my helmet and saying, that won't be a problem.
No, I imagine not. He kind of gives you a look up and down. You might be able to handle her, maybe. She's a nimble sucker. So he turns the data pad around. He says, if you can authorize the transfer here, force help you. We're glad to let you take her off our hands.
I think Roddick will reach out and we'll sign the transfer and look at Jen.
Okay.
If he needs to sign it too or not. And
Yep. You're identified as a member of the Sector Rangers when you sign it, and then so is he. He says, "All right, where do you want her loaded?"
let's see the prisoner first. I want to take precautions before we bring her on board. And we'll bring her up to one of the cells downstairs.
Kath, bring her over. He gestures and with one of those like animal control things around her neck, like it's a pole with a restraint. Her arms in binders, and like I think there's probably loosened binders near her ankles, so she can't run. They lead this orange-skinned Twi'lek over towards you, and she's looking about. She's got kind of shifty eyes. You can see she's got tattoos on the left side of her face, like black tattoos and sort of a tribal-esque pattern. And she's got a few of them on her leku. She seems to have a good deal of like thin, barely noticeable scars at a distance, like quite a few over her leku, a couple on her face. She looks fairly attractive for a member of the Twi'lek species. Although she's definitely sort of on the gaunt side, and she looks around, taking it in, and you can actually see that they have like a muzzle over her face right now. Like it looks like they got tired of her spitting at them. She just kind of looks at you with very sort of fiery eyes as her eyes finally kind of rest on your faceplate.
Roddick's gonna look to them, look to Jen, look back to them, and say, "Well, it looks like you've taken care of a lot of our planned work for us, but still want to take a few extra precautions." And I'm going to walk over, and I'm going to, since she's all bound up and everything, attempt to put the stun cuffs on her as well.
Okay.
For her arms in particular.
She gives you kind of like a seductive look when you have her turn around. You can tell she's definitely the sort to play a little bit dirty, and you eventually get her turned around. The officers have to kind of help you, and you place the stun cuffs on her wrists, and you hear like some sort of grunted / moaned response from her. You can't make out what she was saying, but you have the idea that it was probably something salacious or at least insulting.
Roddick's gonna say, "Move along, alien," and he's gonna tighten the stun cuffs up. And yeah, I'm gonna say she's ready for transport to the brig now. I'm going to come over to her first before we start to walk, and I'll look her dead in the eye, and I'll say, "Do you know what those are? If you attempt to struggle, they will hurt you. We are cleared from all responsibility by Sector mandate. If you should hurt yourself on your cuffs, don't do it." And then I'm going to press the stun button as soon as I finish my speech and knock her ass out before we take it up there if I can.
Let me look up stun cuffs. I want to see exactly what happens here.
Where did you find those? Because I could never actually find them in a rule book.
I got them from I was one of the core books, 2.5, that didn't get transferred over.
Yeah.
Okay.
One remote can handle a bunch of cuffs if you ever want to get some. We could totally handle all the cuffs.
You just shocked 20 people into unconscious. Now you gotta carry them all. Good job.
Do you have it noted somewhere where in Revised that was from? I just want to see if she has a check to see if she gets knocked out immediately.
I'm actually looking. There is a check.
Make sure you write down, since this is not a core rulebook.
I'm kicking myself because it's one of those things I thought that I had handy. I'm looking for it right now. Hold on. I do apologize sincerely for that. I thought I had it written down right here, and apparently I didn't, so I'm looking right now. 1 second.
Equipment, security devices, probably.
Was in that ginormous book. I'm trying to find which one that
I'm
was.
looking. Yeah, arms and equipment.
I'm gonna make a note of it in my notes. I've been doing that with all my new items I add. I've been adding it to my note section of what they do precisely, like right out of the book. I will do that for this as well once I find it. Sorry for the hold up, guys.
It actually might be in their core rulebook because I'm not finding it in arms and equipment.
I looked in core and I didn't see it there.
Well, 2.5 core.
Oh.
Oh, here we go. Locker Syndicated Securities SC-401 stun cuffs. That's it. It's in arms and equipment under security gear. This has a long-ass name.
Oh, is it?
Oh, okay. I was overlooking
What
it
page?
too for the same reason.
What is this? 94. 94 of the PDF, which is 94 of the
I will
book.
copy
Okay.
all that to my actual
Okay.
description. That will come up again. I apologize.
Yeah, there we go. Stun cuffs. Okay, so this is gonna be roll a D20, please, for me, Victor, and we'll see what happens here.
You got it.
Oh yeah, she's out.
Nice.
She starts like, I guess, I don't even do stun cuffs. Like, is it literally just like a taser? I guess she starts reflexively convulsing, and then she just like crumples to the floor. And one of the security guards just like laughs straight out, and the other one's like, "Why didn't we do that?"
Yeah, it says the shock is similar to that of a stun baton. So yeah, probably basically like a taser.
I think Radical will like almost put his remote control back like it was a handgun, slide it back in his slide, say, let's
Do you, like,
bring her up.
Do you like spin it around and then like holster it? You need a quick holster for that bitch.
Yeah.
He's gonna integrate
Keep
it
it on
into his
my
armor
bandolier.
eventually.
Yeah,
Oh,
alright.
Totally was
But he just holds
considering
out his arm and just pushes a button.
Like you should do like a middle finger actuation. You just you flick her off and she stuns. All right, so yeah, she passes out. Do you say like we'll take her from here?
I think we'd say that. Say, yeah, we can take her from here, officers. We've got this, and I'm gonna kind of whistle at the rest of the crew to come over and give us a hand.
There's one guy who looks like absolutely appalled at what just happened, but like several of the other guys look very amused. And you and Chen, I guess one of you takes her feet and one of you takes her shoulders, and you carry her up into the ship.
Actually, what I want to do is I want to wave one of the guards over to help me carry her to the port. I guess the port side holding cells. Mm-hmm. And have Roddick cover us with his scattergun.
Okay, all right.
Roddick will totally do that.
So they're walked up into your ship, and the guy who's coming with you comments like, "Oh, this is a pretty big ship," and you're led, I guess, to the detention cells. And which cell do you take her to? Port side or starboard?
Port.
Okay, all right, port, and you throw her in one of the cells. We'll say she's in cell 1 in the corner.
Do you have any kind of security camera on this cell?
This cell, I think you probably have security cameras for all the cells. Like they can't move because they have to be like shielded in the ceiling, so they can't be destroyed or anything. But yeah, there's probably
like a wide-angle lens or something.
Yeah, there's probably a wide angle showing the whole cell.
I'm definitely gonna radio.
Lead her in there.
Yeah, as soon as we get the shield back up, I'm radioing signal, and I'm saying I want him to keep an eye on the security feed for this cell. If the prisoner tries anything, I want to be ready for it.
All right. So you leave her in there, you lock it, and lock her in there, and the security officer says, "Well, better you than us. Good luck, guys." And he trots off the ship. The speeders take off a minute later or so. And you now have your prisoner, one Vina Darek.
I want to tell Roddick and Rayla that I want us to take 8-hour shifts guarding the cell until we get to the planet and drop her off, because I don't want any surprises.
Is it possible to configure the computer system So that if power is lost to the cell she is in, to send out a alarm over comms.
Yeah. Give me a mechanics roll. I guess would this mechanics or use computers? Probably use computers.
Not so good.
It's not a very complicated thing to do, however. So you're pretty sure if power goes out to the cell, it'll send off an alarm. You weren't able to really narrow it down terribly much. If there's like any sort of power fluctuation at all, it might set off the alarm. But you know,
That's not
any
a bad
alarm
thing.
is better than no alarm. Like one of the lights might wink out, and you might get an alarm. but maybe that's what you want. So you've got your prisoner loaded up. You've got your instructions to head to BELSAVIS. It's been programmed into your. I guess it's been sent to your nav computer. Do you guys just go ahead and take off?
Like I said, I want
Does
to make
anybody
sure,
brief Agent B that you now have a serial killer on board?
Yeah, I think we'll probably have a briefing for anybody that wasn't there, including Signal, probably,
Yeah,
and
we'll
the other
kinda
droids.
go to our mess hall as usual, I suppose, and hold our little briefing there at the table.
Okay. Yep. For reference, your table right in the center has like a hollow display that you can use, which you use with the Mandalorians. So everybody's pulled in here. And does anybody else have any questions now that you're in the scene?
That I mean, she shouldn't get out, but I don't suppose that outer door seals, does it? You have a bar on it or something like that?
Oh, it definitely locks. There's a reason why there's 2 doors there.
I have configured the communication system to give a tone if power would be lost to her cell.
Good. That definitely sounds good.
Like I said, I want all the Rangers, myself, Roddick, and Rayla, taking 8-hour shifts each, cycling, basically watching the door to the holding cells, I guess.
Wow, that's pretty
Just
hardcore.
sort of, yeah, better safe than sorry. And we're going to trade off the activator for the stun cuffs too.
Yeah.
So whoever's
I'll
watching
be happy
has
to pass it
the
over.
controls.
So where are we going?
The way it sounds, the way she's described, if she's awake, those stun cuffs probably won't be on her for long.
They have one hell of a DC to get out of. I will give them that.
Roddick says,
What
"You're
is
gonna
this
have to roll
DC?
some really good dice."
Is it
You know,
20,000 volts?
Roddick amends the statement to say, "You'd be surprised. I mean, at least like the best ones I can buy. They're like really tight.
Yeah, I've always said the thing actually more like they're very secure, and I'm going to definitely make sure to give Signal a nod and thank him for his forward thinking on sort of setting up that alarm trigger.
And yeah, you're asking where you were going. Signal.
BELSAVIS.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna link the page. There's quite a bit of information there you guys would not have because this facility has been in operation since the Old Republic. It is well known that there are pre-Republic facilities on BELSAVIS. Pre-Republic is a pretty big thing. The Republic was in operation for like 25,000 years.
So the Old Republic, right? Yeah.
Yeah, pre Old Republic.
Can I search my new Galactic lore database for information on BELSAVIS?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's very handy.
You know exactly what I'm telling you.
All right.
You know that it has been used as a prison facility since the era of the Old Republic. off and on. Apparently it was abandoned for several centuries and then taken back up and repurposed. The whole planet is pretty inhospitable. It's ice covered. Its average temperature is in the -50s. The only there are, however, spots across the planet where there is akin to almost jungle life that is kind of popped up above, like, temperate areas of tectonic movement.
So basically, like geothermal heat or something.
Yeah, let me give you an image here. I'll just go ahead and...
So it's like Antarctica with oases?
Oh, here we go.
Yep. All right, so BELSAVIS has been used for prison because it's so inhospitable. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. If a prisoner escapes, they don't really have anywhere to go. And in fact, a lot of the minimum security prisons are basically colonies. There are border fences. However, prisoners are allowed to basically just live there and roam as they can. Those are the minimum security areas. BELSAVIS is definitely known for its maximum security facilities as well. And
Butcher Bay, but with more ice.
yeah, very, very close. The hardened maximum security facilities, apparently a lot of them were built into these very ancient, like, pre-Republic facilities. Apparently it was used as potentially a prison even back then, although nobody knows by whom. It also has some fairly serious orbital defenses, mainly to keep people out, not necessarily to keep people on the planet, because it's not really assumed that they can get off the planet very easily. Traffic down to the planet is heavily controlled. They know where every single shuttle that lands is at any given time. And if it's not in use, the shuttle is actually taken off the planet and docked at one of the space stations in orbit. So there are no permanently grounded space vessels on the planet for reasons of preventing them from escaping. Yeah, so there's a series of, like, orbital stations around the planet. It's not, like, as serious as some of the core worlds, but it's still damn... pretty damn secure, and they definitely have some patrol vessels as well. They are not owned by the Sector Rangers, and in fact, they have a treaty with you guys, but it's not your standard treaty. If you saw on the map earlier when I pinged it, it was listed as orange. They work in conjunction with a variety of security forces around the galaxy. You guys are kind of their biggest customer. They operate the facility and keep it secure, and you guys basically just bring them prisoners. And you're not in charge down there. It's not, again, a Sector Ranger facility, but it's very close. They've had a very long relationship with the Rangers. Other than that, you just know it's not a place you necessarily want to be sent to.
An inhospitable planet.
But on the flip side, the minimum security areas are actually pretty nice compared to a lot of planets or prison planets around the area. As long as you're willing to deal with the wildlife and the foliage.
It's not Kessel.
No, Kessel's now operated by the Hutts, which is probably even worse than it was before.
Give us more space, or we kill you.
Yep.
We demand 20% increase in production per day.
So, you know roughly where you're going. Do you guys just want to set out now, or do you have anything else? Any planning, any talking, whatnot? It seems like you've got your prisoner kind of secure at the moment.
I think Radix is going to comment. It'll be nice heading to actual friendly territory with people that have a reputation to be counted on for a change, and kind of look to the others to see if they have anything to say.
Oh, it does seem to be a fairly secure place. I guess I'll get started on that route.
We've briefed everyone
shall
on
assist
our
you, Miss
prisoner,
Rayla.
correct? We briefed everyone on the prisoner's background, correct?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
I don't think there's much else to say. Should be a simple mission, but our missions have a knack for not being simple.
I ask if we have the 669th episode of the show I'm watching.
I can use computer's check to pirate it.
Yeah, I don't think we have it, Agent B, but if you want to get it, you probably should get it before we leave planet.
Yeah, you know that there is no HoloNet access out at BELSAVIS.
B can pirate the episode, and then Roddick will put her in stud cuffs for it.
She can go watch it with the prisoner.
They kind of turn and say, so, what will you be doing on this mission, Agent? Heard you were on this mission for a reason, and I'm not sure what your objective is.
You know, the two of you, Broderick and Chen, were briefed by Sector Chief Kron that for the moment, the services of Agent B have been secured to fill in a technical and experience gap in your current crew.
Roddick's going
Notably,
to
you don't have anybody with her infiltration skills, which may come in handy. And even if it's not her infiltration skills, she's a trained marksman, and it can provide her services that way.
Roddick's going to cross his arms and say, well, it happens, Agent, that I actually have an idea for you. So if you find yourself available in our employment, I'm afraid you won't have much time to watch shows, and I hope you don't mind a prison cell some more. I'm going to kind of smirk under my helmet at that, but then I'll pause for a second and say that think that you're going to be a second prisoner. That way you can keep an eye on the prisoner from across the hall, and unlike her cell, your cell will be rigged to open at a moment's notice. Extra security, just in case she tries something.
How does Agent B feel about this? You know that you're technically supposed to do what the officers say for the most part. Like, you've been hired by them. They've retained your services. You're ostensibly a member of the crew under their command. You're, again, a privateer, so you can always say no, but you might get fired.
Roddick pauses and says that we could, of course, alter the plan to fit what you need. We can certainly get your gear into the cell somehow or another, but I just want someone to keep an eye on her. An extra set of eyes can't hurt, especially one she might not immediately be hostile to.
How am I going to be able to see the prisoner if I can't see the prisoner?
I will mention on the way out, hearing what's going on. Roddick, you did hear that, like, her thing was like killing other prisoners, right?
Roddick kind of looks back at the seat and goes, "Oh, how about that?" And looks for a second. Perhaps this plan needs a re-advisory, and I'm gonna kind of give Rayla a good-looking out nod. I guess that plan is pretty bad if she likes to kill other prisoners.
You wouldn't be in the same cell. You wouldn't actually even be able to see each other. Although you would be able to talk if she didn't have her muzzle on.
I'm just gonna say that it seems unnecessary. However, if Agent B would like to take a shift watching the cells, that would be welcome assistance.
Roddick nods and says, perhaps just a simple additional shift would make more sense in this case.
Whatever you want, and I go and chew my gum.
That kind of pauses and says, perhaps you should double up with someone. She's chewing gum.
like erotic?
Doesn't matter to me. He's gonna kind of comment and look to the others and see what they're see if they have any comments before we tear out of here.
Come, Miss Rayla, we have hyperspace jumps to thought.
We're
Alright,
all
so,
going up to the bridge.
All right, so Rayla's up at the bridge, getting the ship ready to take off. A few moments later, the ship is in the air and repulsor lifting out of the bay.
All systems operating at minimum safe measures.
I'll
Not sure I like that. Can't we operate at optimum safe measures? Does it have to be the minimum
Well,
safe measures?
90% of the repulsors are operating at optimal. This aft quarter one is a bit flaky, but it should be fine.
All right, so you guys pull out of the bay.
I'm gonna have
and,
Roddick take the
make
first...
off to orbit.
I'm gonna have to have Roddick take the first watch, since that'll be about when she's waking up.
I might check in with Signal on my way to the first watch, and I'm going to ask him if he's able to control other systems from the turret in case he's ever up there, or if he's going to be restricted to just weapons.
He's going to be restricted to just weapons.
Okay, I'm going to keep our medical droid's insanity in mind then. That might be our ginormous gun on our medical droid. That's kind of hilarious, but I'll
he can exit the turret and get to a ship's terminal, but you can't directly access the ship's system from the turret.
Makes sense. Probably a medical droid will be our gunner then. That's
God.
Noting that medical droid, he probably has like a flat -5. I doubt he even gets base attack bonus.
Theoretical, keep moving.
All right, so you guys are up in hyperspace, or not hyperspace, in space, moving out to jump distance as you plot your course. So it's going to take like just a minute to get up. I guess 3 minutes to get up to a hyperspace jump distance. You guys are in the inner rim right now, in the Iceno sector, the DENON system. Your destination is the BELSAVIS system of the Bosny sector in the outer rim. So the DC modifier, I guess we'll deal with travel time first. Jumping directly there from the inner rim to the outer rim will be 72 hours, assuming everything goes well, and carries only a +1 to the DC modifier to jump out that far. As opposed, like, they can range up to +15. Actually, there's a +25 on here somewhere.
For unknown regions, I think.
Yeah. So, who is doing the astrogation?
I'm assisting Rayla.
Okay, give me a use computers roll Signal, please. That is a success. You get +5 to your check here. So your hyperspace data for BELSAVIS has been freshly updated. Your base DC, let's see here. Again, they don't have access to the hypernet out there, the HoloNet, but you've got charts that are less than a week old. So your base DC is going to be 15. So let's see here. You've got no negative modifiers. Ooh, no HoloNet access +5 actually. Okay. All right. So the base DC, but it's actually less than a day old.
I think the no HoloNet access is like if we were out there jumping back, that's where that applies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. Base DC is going to be 15 +1, so it's just going to be a DC 16. Please roll your use computer check with a +5 modifier.
27.
That is definitely a success. I think we just have to roll your hazard die to see if that adds anything to the modifier. So roll a d6, please.
D6.
Lower
Is there
is
like
better.
a thing for exceeding this thing by so much?
Yeah, we go faster, usually.
3, no modifier. So, You beat it by 17. That was not in my notes.
Not 17, it'd be 12, right?
Yeah, 12.
A smooth flight.
Trying to find how much time this cuts down. It's not in the chart that I copied over. Do you happen to have that, know where that is actually? I thought I had it in here and it's not. Travel in hyperspace, page 12. Yeah, I don't see...
It might not have it, but I think
It was there.
you know where it was?
Yeah, it's not there unless you know where it is. Astrogation. Wait, here we go. I could have sworn there was a chart. Yeah, I don't see a chart here in Starships of the Galaxy. Maybe it's in Core Rulebook.
Success by 0 to 4, jump occurs, no time modifier.
Where?
Success by 5 to 9, page number 206 on the PDF. Table 11.3, hyperspace travel times.
Of Core?
Of core. And 3.5.
There we go.
Success by 10 or more, jump occurs, subtract 2d12 hours from travel time.
I'm looking at 206 and I'm not seeing this.
PDF 206, I don't know what the actual page number is.
I am on PDF 206 and it is Ace Pilot.
Revised core rulebook 3.5.
Oh, not Saga?
We were using 3.5 rules for hyperspace.
No, we're
right?
using mixed.
I don't know in Saga.
Okay, revised. Okay, alright, here we go, I found it. Success by 10 or more. Roll 2d12, please.
$16.
16.
Okay, so you cut down the hours by 16. So it's going to take you...
2 and a bit instead of 3 days.
Yeah, just, a little bit over 2 days, 56 hours.
Oh, it doesn't actually... Oh, I can't do math of the thing. Never mind.
Alright. So, well done. So you plot the course directly to the BELSAVIS system, and you engage the hyperdrive. And the Far Ranger blinks out of the Iceno sector. So you guys have 56 hours to kill. What happens during the first segment of your trip out here? It sounds like your prisoner's probably going to be coming to consciousness on the very first watch after you've entered hyperspace. I think Roddick's down there. Is anybody else doing anything?
I'm on the security systems.
Okay.
I'm sitting just outside of her cell, probably up against the wall, keeping an eye on her while not breaking eye contact, while sharpening my my wrist gauntlet, just because I know she likes sharp things, and that'll do nothing for her temperament. But
I'm just gonna be a little bit antsy and just sort of hang out in, I guess, kind of the cargo area, just doing whatever little things I can.
I think Rayla might go take a shower, just because she's not going to have time on her watch to do it.
Okay.
I'm rewatching all the episodes again.
Wow, that's gonna take a long
That's a long
time.
time. It's like watching Naruto from the beginning.
800 episodes? Yeah, it's gonna take forever. How long are the episodes? It's like one of those 5-minute things.
No, it was episodic like movies,
Oh.
like James Bond-esque. All right, Roddick, you're sitting. Are you sitting right outside the cell? I'll bring us back to the ship.
Obviously out of attack range, but yeah, I'm sitting outside the cell.
Okay, all right. You're in the port detention cell block, but you're outside of the cell, obviously. So yeah, I guess you're sitting down on like a I guess a small bench on the opposite wall, and you notice after a couple hours, your prisoner. Well, actually, give me a perception check.
Absolutely. 1 second.
All right. Now I need to make a roll. Okay. Yeah, you like you think she should be waking up by now, but she's like lying on her back, and she seems to be like utterly still. Still breathing, but yeah, like it looks like maybe she's asleep, or something of that nature.
Just keep hearing the metal on metal as I keep just sharpening this gauntlet dagger. Just chilling outside the gate.
just like nails on chalkboard sound all the time. You'll be the first one she kills.
Maybe 45 minutes later, you look back up from taking your eyes off her for a few seconds, and you see that her eyes are open and she's like looking right at you, although she hasn't turned her head.
Rock's not even going to flinch or acknowledge this and just continue to look at the cell and sharpen his dagger completely silently.
Okay. She eventually slides up off the bed, and you know she's still got the stun cuffs on, although I'm assuming they're in front of her now because you can't really lie on your back with stun cuffs behind you. And she's got did you leave like the foot restraints too?
Oh yeah, I absolutely love.
Okay, so yeah, she kind of like slides up to a sitting position on the cell, and like basically mimics your position sitting on the bed, the bench, and literally just like stares at you for the rest of your watch.
And Roddick just stares right back with the rest of his watch, unfeeling behind his mask or his helmet glass.
Yeah, it's fortunate for you that she can't see your face. You can see though that it doesn't look like she's blinking at all. There's like, if you're having a staring contest with her, if she blinks, you can't detect it. It's a little unnerving.
Wow. Yeah, that is kind of unnerving.
And she literally does not move her eyes from your visor for like the next 2 hours, I think. Who's second watch?
I think that'll probably be me.
Okay.
Unbeknownst to you, she also has cyborg eyes.
So I'm just going to kind of sit in like the other corner, like so I can't actually see her and she can't see me. I'm gonna kind of sit there playing on my datapad, and I want to have like a little window open on my datapad with like
cell's
hooked up to
camera?
the security camera. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
So
keep an eye on
you relieve Roddick.
I will
Roddick,
pass you the stun control as I step out, Dave.
which I will kind of keep in my hand as I'm flicking through things on the datapad.
All right.
Where would Rayla go after her shower?
I sounds like on third watch, so probably a nap. Last thing I want to do is
Okay.
fall asleep in the middle of the watch.
Okay, so it's actually a very quiet several hours on the Far Ranger. Like pretty much nobody's interacting with anybody else. It's just a quiet ride. Chen, no trouble during your watch. I think when you come in, she finally, like when Roddick sits up, she like abruptly moves for the first time in 2.5 hours. And Roddick, she has been statue still this entire time. She looks at the newcomer and then flips back up onto her bed, and like puts her feet up against the wall, like fairly high up, and just goes into a reclined position back on the bed and stares at the ceiling. And when you are relieved, Chen, you see she's I think she's probably in the same position. It looks like she's sleeping, like her eyes are closed.
Well, I want to take a good hard look, to sort of, examine every detail of her position and her light clothing and everything, and just make sure nothing is amiss.
All right, perception check. Pretty good. Doesn't look like anything's amiss. Again, she's like, she's got her back onto the bed, and her legs are kind of pressed up against the wall. She's like almost like sitting against the wall, pretty much. And she appears to be sleeping. You can't tell whether or not she is actually sleeping, but her breathing is super regular, very, very shallow, and her eyes are closed. I think Rayla, you're probably up next. So you wake up from your nap and report to the port side detention cells, and you see I think Roddick, or not Roddick, Chen getting up right as you enter, and you just see the prisoner there. Looks like she's sleeping in kind of a very unorthodox position.
And I hand Rayla the stun cuff remote and tell her, don't be afraid to use it.
Does she still have them all at this point?
Yeah, she's got them on, but they're in front of her now.
I periodically scan ship systems for irregularities.
Okay. You want to give me a... I think this is probably a perception check.
Okay. Perception. Signal,
ever vigilant. No irregularities. Although I guess you do probably notice a little hiccup in the hyperdrive. Every like 22 minutes, there's like a slight 1% power fluctuation that could be accounted for just by an irregularity in whoever mounted it.
Well, often operational
Whoever's
parameters for a ship missile.
Hears like a little warble from something deep within.
Yeah, maybe your original vocabulary parts. So Rayla, describe to me what you do during your watch.
Well,
she doesn't even seem to look up when you come into the room.
He seems to be asleep, so I imagine I would just be, I don't know, just looking at a magazine for ship parts or something at that point.
Okay, and you're sitting probably in the same bench that little bench seat that Roddick was on.
Yeah, and every couple minutes I just look up and see how she's doing. Other than that.
Okay. So there's a moment where you look up and you see that I think this is like an hour into your watch. Like every time you've looked up before, she's literally been in the same position that she was when you entered. There's one moment when you turn the page and you look up and you see she's standing directly in front of the security field, no more than an inch away from it, and she's staring directly at you, just standing there.
Okay, I probably startled a bit, but he's behind the field, so he'll be fine.
Yeah. So upon seeing that, she kind of like looks at you with somewhat narrowed eyes and begins pacing with a rather, I guess, curvaceous gait back and forth in front of the cell. Her eyes never really leaving you, but like she looks like she's just kind of pacing leisurely.
Okay.
So, Do you like? I think maybe you probably look up a little bit more frequently after that. Maybe you
Yeah.
have a hard time.
I don't think I'd be
concentrating.
reading the magazine if she's not asleep.
Yeah. And like, there's a few moments where she goes back to staring at you. She kind of like cocks her head a little bit.
That moment where you look up from your magazine, she's standing 1 inch from your face, about to kill you.
she was literally like as close as she could possibly be. Still like, a couple feet away, but like it definitely was startling. She eventually like goes back to the bunk and just sits down, and kind of keeps an eye on you the entire time.
Okay. If she wants to live without her own sleep, it's up to her.
All right, so your 4 hours pass, and I think it's time for B to take her turn down in the detention cells.
All right. Probably calm her up and see if she answers.
Okay, so yeah, you pull out your comm link, and you ring Agent B. What goes on, Agent B? Are you asleep? Are you still on your marathon watch of the spy thriller, or what?
Nah, I got some rest. I turned it off.
Okay, so your comm chirps.
Alright, so I get up and grab my stuff and go down to the detention cell.
Okay. All right, so you walk in, and you see Rayla kind of nervously glancing over at the cell where the prisoner is seated on the bed, but it's she's done her best to like, I think she's probably seated on her knees in front of her. Like, the thing is, her feet are sort of bound together, but they're not closely bound. It's enough where she can walk. She's like seated there. She's got her back to you, and it looks like she's maybe like a foot away from the wall, and she's literally just like meditating on the wall or something. Like, she's just staring at it, motionless, and you can't see her face.
All right. I'll take a good look.
All right, roll a perception check. Yeah, she's just.
I'll re-roll that.
Okay.
Well,
She's just sitting there on the bed. If you didn't know any better, you'd say she was like utterly still. She's barely breathing at all. It's a little bit odd because like you definitely can't even see her face at this point. Like, she's at an angle, just like randomly facing the wall, about 6 inches, maybe a foot away from it, and she just seems to be staring at it, seated on her bed. She's probably been like that for the last 20 minutes, Rayla. So B walks in and is obviously a little bit preoccupied by the prisoner.
I ask Rayla, there isn't anything on that panel or anything that she's facing that's could be escapable.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, for what you're seeing, she's just staring at the bulkhead, just a steel wall.
Seems like she might be in some type of trance or something. She hasn't got much sleep. She might be doing it instead of sleeping.
Alright.
So Rayla, you head out. B, what is your watch like for you?
I start to try to have conversation with the detainee about the episodes that I watched on the holiday.
It's an extremely one-sided conversation.
Actually, isn't she muzzled?
One, you can see she's got a muzzle on her face. And two, she never turns around.
I just continue talking.
She, in fact, makes no motion at all that makes it seem as if she even is aware of you talking. All right. During your watch, B, the door slides open, and Zeta-3, the medical droid, comes in carrying a tray.
Okay.
The droid turns to you, says, greetings, Agent B. I am required by my programming to inform you that it has been, and there's a momentary pause, 14 hours since the prisoner was fed or given anything to drink.
So?
I am required by my programming to ensure the health and safety of the prisoner. I am also required to inform you, as he scans the cell, the prisoner does not appear to be able to adequately use the facilities with her bindings as they are.
So?
There's just a pause.
I'm not turning this thing down. I'm not turning off this force field for anything. So if you want it to come in, Chin or Roderick's gonna have to come in here with you.
Very well. I will consult the sector rangers. I will return momentarily. So Zeta-3 turns around and I think places the tray on a small little table, or maybe the seat next to you, and leaves the room. So in the middle of the night, I think Chen, you get a chirp on your comm link. No, I think you actually your door chime sounds.
Come.
So yeah, the door opens and there's a chink, chink, chink as the droid walks in, and you turn and see the long, lithe, sort of scarecrow-esque form of Zeta-3 enter the room. Forgive my intrusion, Ranger Nevada. A question of the prisoner's well-being has come into existence. So I guess you kind of flip over to the side of the bed and kind of rub the sand out of your eyes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at him, not say anything.
I am required to inform you, by virtue of my programming, that the prisoner has received neither food nor water for the last 14 hours and 12 minutes. The prisoner is also unable to make a proper use of the refreshment facilities in her cell.
I'm gonna touch my ear and open a comm over to Rayla really quick. Say, hey Rayla, do we have a fire sprinkler system in the holding cells?
I haven't checked for it in particular, but I would imagine most of the ship has fire suppression of some type or another.
There are fire suppression devices that can get to most of the ship, but let's see here. Would they be in the cell?
Would they be water?
No, they definitely wouldn't be water.
Oh,
that's,
okay.
That's something that nobody asked.
Spraying her with water was my idea.
No, it would be like a flame retardant chemical. That's a good question. Would it be in the cell? I think no.
Yeah.
Not in the cell.
That'd be instant death to a prisoner.
Well,
If
no,
it was-
they could probably do something with it if it was in the cell.
That's true.
I'm gonna open a comm over to Roddick and sort of look at the robot while talking to Roddick, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, Roddick, was feeding the prisoner part of our orders?"
Roddick is going to pick up the comms and say that can't we just roll some food in the cell? I don't think we have to manually feed her.
The prisoner is currently muzzled, and her restraints include nullifying the use of her appendages.
Roddick's
You're
gonna
over
sigh
the.
and say,
over the radio.
All right, medical droid, prep an IV. I'll come down. We'll bring some reinforcements down there, and we'll knock her out again before we hook it up to her.
I'm gonna say, wait a minute, hold on that. Ask the robot, how long can a Twi'lek survive without water?
A Twi'lek is capable of surviving for, and I take a look at Ryloth, which is a very nasty planet. I think probably a little bit longer than a human. In order to survive on that planet, you probably would have to have evolved better water retention abilities. Humans can last, what is it? Is it 3 days or is it 2 days without water?
Water, I think it's 1 day.
No, it's not 1 day.
It's not very
it's
long.
3 days without water. Usually.
Yeah, 3 days. Probably close to 4.
For food, it's like a week. But...
Yeah. Water is I think in the 2 to, like, the average person is like a little bit more than 2 days. Healthy individuals, I think, are like the 3. I think the average span for Twi'lek would be like 3 plus, to like a maximum of 4.
Is there water in the toilet?
Technically, I think technically yes.
Regardless if there was, she couldn't drink it while muzzled. Even if you wanted to go that route.
I'm gonna, come back to Roddick and say, well, she's got a toilet full of water. We'll just take her muzzle off and then she can drink that to survive.
Wow. And you were looking for, to get into the good side of your superiors?
Well, Chen is apparently doesn't care too much about sentient rights, as has been described before.
I have an order to transport a prisoner, an extremely dangerous prisoner, and deliver them intact. That seems to be the extent of my orders. There's nothing said about treating the prisoner particularly well.
So, Rayla, I take it you probably make this point to him. Is like a conference call called or something? Because you're not going to have this conversation anymore as just a player.
Yeah, I think a conference call would make sense if you're gonna.
Okay, so you guys kind of meet while Bunko's still on watch. Rayla, Chen, and Roddick meet somewhere, probably maybe in the galley when you're getting, somebody's probably getting a midnight snack or something, and you're talking this over.
Boss.
Roddick's just
Okay.
gonna turn and say
Just
if
calling us 6 o'clock at night, but
Roddick's kind of gonna get on the signal and say, look, if it'll make everyone happy, I'd say we just knock our ass out again and administer the food by AV. Nothing says it has to be pleasant, as long as she's getting her food. I'm gonna kind of look into
there is
that.
something to be said about, he is a living being. I mean, there's no reason to be unpleasant about it. I mean, she's very dangerous, but there's a force field involved.
Somebody's got to go in there to get that food to her, unfortunately. That's why I'm suggesting we knock her out first. And then we send the medical droid.
Knock her out, drop the shield, put the droid in, put the shield back up, let the droid take care of it.
I'm
What
not
do you think,
familiar
Roddick?
with modern day laws around even like Maxim security prisoners, but I think there's probably something against this.
Yeah, if you make that a point, like, I think you probably just get a look from Chen and Roddick, like, they obviously realize this, but they don't really care.
Keeping her alive. She can say whatever she wants. She was fed with an IV. She's still alive and is hydrated. Let her file a complaint.
We're not a prison facility. We're not a prison facility. We're just transport.
All right, so what do you guys
Roddick's
do?
gonna look at the screen and just say that if they want to file a complaint, I don't think she's filing the complaint type.
What do you guys do?
I'm gonna start heading down to the prison, I guess, to escort the security droid, or not the security droid, the medical droid, into the cell. And I'm calling the medical droid and saying prepare an IV.
Well, he's right with you.
feeding. Oh, okay.
So yeah, you're ordering him to prepare a intravenous. Okay. And it says, "Very well, Officer Concord." And you escort him down to the port side cells. B, the door opens up and the droid walks through, and then so does Roddick.
I'm gonna be going down there with him, obviously.
Okay, and Shin. It's very crowded in here now.
I'll probably holler out to Bunko as I step down. I'll say that that was a good call, giving us a ring, Agent, rather than attempting to feed this prisoner. And I'm going to kind of look over to him. Need to say that the medical droid going in there with you unescorted could have been a disaster. So I'll come up.
Roddick, shall I seal the lift door and cargo door remotely?
I'm assuming you mean the internal cargo door. I hope
Yeah.
the external
Well,
one's sealed.
well, you have this one right here, right? You have this little.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Alright,
going to
I
radio
do so.
back that no reason not to
Once they're inside.
secure everything before we deal with this prisoner. I take it when an officer tells me someone's dangerous, I take it very seriously. So I'm walking up behind them, and I'm going to get my slug cuff out, and I'm going to say that return to your bed. It is time for food.
Use computers check from Signal.
Use computer. Clicky clicky. What is it? There's a dash. 19.
Okay. Yep. You believe you have locked down everything correctly. So, Roddick, you're in front of the cell next to the droid, and you're yelling something inside.
Before they drop the field and all, I want to pull out my my sub-repeating blaster and extend the stock and just kind of have it ready.
Okay.
Pull out my pistol.
So everybody's like armed and dangerous right outside the cell. What happens?
Shocker.
Roddick.
I
yeah,
will,
you. I guess Bunko technically has the shock device. So
Yep.
so yeah, you press the button. Let me make a roll. Yeah. There is like again, she's still in that position where she's seated on the bed, facing the wall. You haven't seen her face at all. Suddenly, she starts convulsing. There's like a shriek, and she falls off the bed and hits her head on the steel floor. And like there is a very solid thump. Smacks against the floor, and is suddenly motionless.
Have the droid scanner.
I am unable to determine her current life signs from outside of the cell. Must
Roddick's
examine
gonna turn
the
to
patient.
Roddick's going to turn to Bunko and say, "But the concussion, I don't think shocking her again would hurt anything. Make sure, then we'll send the droid in."
Okay. Shocker again.
Okay, all right. So like
Hey, I'm
she's
supposed to listen to my
she's
superiors.
on the ground like limp, and all of a sudden her body begins convulsing again, and she's like, and then she stops and goes limp once again.
This time I believe it, Roddick's going to say, and then he'll walk over to the pop out his flechette gun on his right wrist and kind of aim it straight at her, because he's probably not going to want to go lethal here, and he's going to lower the shield for our droid companion to make his way in.
Okay, so the shield lowers, and Zeta 3 moves in, IV in one hand, and crouches next to the body. You seal the cell, I assume.
I'm going to seal the cell, and I'll holler in to make sure she's not dead.
Okay, at this point, I'm gonna head out into the what is that, like the workshop area just outside, and just kind of stand guard out there.
deniability. Good plan, Zin.
She appears to have suffered some sort of concussion from impacting the deck. I will have to treat her before administering the IV solution.
I'm gonna sigh and I'm gonna say, she's going to tear your head off if you take long at it. Or whatever you would call a head, my robotic friend. And I get a pause for a second, and then I'll kind of look at her and I'll sigh and I'll say, do what you have to, but be quick.
Ooh, that's a pretty poor treat injury check. So yeah, the droid kneels down and does what he can, and then eventually scoops her up and lifts her onto the bed, and begins hooking up the IV solution. I guess he puts it up against I guess he's probably got a stand that he's carried in here, and runs a line to her arm, and like makes sure her head is on the pillow, and just like lays her out kind of flat. Turns around and says, I have done what I can. It is unapparent as of yet if she suffered any traumatic brain trauma due to the concussion. We will have to see.
Radical nod and say that I look at Bunko and say, I was hoping she'd return to her bed first. And I look back and I say she should have listened. And then I'm going to pause for a second and
She was literally on her bed the whole time.
oh god.
Can I shock her again?
You can shock her again.
I think if Bunko mentions that, I'm going to turn and I'll say that you will have to, because I'm not leaving her in there with an IV needle. Once this IV is done, we're going in and getting that out of there.
So the droid turns to you and says, the IV will take some time to take effect.
And we will keep an eye on her. A close eye. And I'm going to kind of give a nod to Bunko.
Safer just to feed her. I'm not in the room, so...
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's got to be something special about her to have such a dangerous report. I'm being extra careful. They're treating her like Hannibal freaking Lecter.
Alright, I gotta look something up. So what do you guys do while you're waiting outside of the cell?
Well, I'm gonna kind of stay in the workshop area, or wait, I guess like droid storage and repair. I can't remember which side is port because I'm an idiot.
Left side.
But anyway, so I'm gonna stand up, just kind of hang out there with my my sub-repeating blaster drawn, brace extended, and just, keep an eye on that door.
I'm going to examine the room, just watch it.
Okay, you can make a perception check, although you're not in the cell, so you can only do so much. There's no music, there is sound effects. We've got the little ship droning in the background.
Yep, I don't hear that at all.
Get cut out or something. I heard it for like a brief time, and I haven't heard it since. I was just wondering. It's no big deal. I just wanted to make sure my speakers were right.
Do you hear it at all? I have literally bumped it up to 50%.
I've got it now.
I personally hear something, but my speakers are always quiet, so...
There's a low rumble.
Yep, I got it.
So this is going to take several hours. Everybody is down here for this entire time.
I don't think I am. Probably just my shift's technically over. I think I probably go about my business.
Yeah, I'll probably head back and definitely give B props for calling us down here when this happened,
Okay.
rather than making a rash decision.
I'm gonna kind of stand guard in this room until everything's all done.
Don't you humans have biological functions that need to be accomplished too? Well, sentient beings, I'll use that term instead of humans. Overcomes.
Not right now.
Okay, alright, so, at the end of a period of time, the droid's still inside the cell, checks the bag and says, I guess turns to B, who's the only remaining person here. The solution has been administered. The patient should be good for another, let me see here. I'm going to say another 12 hours.
Okay.
Do you do anything?
I tell the rest of the crew.
All right, so Chen, you're still out in the other room, and you get a message.
Okay. I'm gonna calm Roddick and say, time to remove the equipment.
I will respond back that sounds good to me, and I will start heading that way.
All right, so you head down, and I think once again you guys are in the area just outside of the detention cell. You see that she is still in the exact same position she was laid in, and currently Zeta 3 is unhooking the IV and is getting ready to leave the cell. And he turns around and he stands in front of the force field.
Radix, as soon as he gets there, is going to have his trank gun very, very readied up. And aim straight at her, and I guess we'll lower the shield.
And I'm still where I was before, kind of out in the workshop.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, you administer the shock again as she starts convulsing, and Zeta 3 immediately turns to you and says, I must advise against this course of action. Further trauma could exacerbate any brain damage she has already currently sustained. I will advise you that it is against Sector Ranger policy to shock an unconscious prisoner.
She already has brain damage, and I'm not a Sector Ranger.
I will be filing a complaint as soon as we are within HoloNet radius. I am ready to exit the cell. So Roddick, do you lower the force field?
Yep, I will drop the force field, and I'm going to keep my trank gun trained on her, and I'm assuming B here still probably has the control.
Yep, no movement. The droid exits the cell and emerges into the other room. I think and turns to you, Roddick. Although Chen, you're within earshot, and say, I must inform you that I will be filing an official complaint, given the inhumane treatment of the prisoner and it lists off a time limit.
I think I'm going to tap on my comm system real quick and right in front of the 4 medical droid and call Signal up and say, Signal, do you have any programs to wipe the last few hours from medical droid's data logs?
I am afraid I must advise
Tampering
you that
with
would be
droid
against
property is
yeah,
against
that
Sector
would be
Ranger
against
policy.
Sector Ranger code. And I will be forced to take all necessary measures to ensure that my memory of this event is not wiped.
Roddick's going to just put the signal down and say that I probably wasn't going to wipe your memory anyway, but wanted to know where my options were. I'm going to pat the droid on the side, though, and say that we did what we could. We're not taking chances with this prisoner.
Nevertheless, I have programming which I must follow. And Zeta 3 makes his way to the lift and says, "I must advise against any further maltreatment of the prisoner."
I'm just gonna kind of stand out here and pretend like I didn't hear anything.
You're in the room. Like they're not in the detention cell anymore.
Okay. Well, I'm just kind of stand there and not say anything.
Any further breaches will undoubtedly come into case effect as per, and like lists off a some sort of case number, and says it has been noted that you have been advised of the prisoner's rights and the conditions thereof. Any further actions will be noted accordingly.
While Zeta 3 is here, I want to kind of look over to Roddick and sort of roll my eyes while I say it and say, as your superior officer, I must order you to refrain from stunning the prisoner without my approval in the future.
Roddick's gonna kind of cross his arms and look at Jin, like, kind of cocked his head like I thought I had approval, but then he won't say anything, and he'll turn and I guess hold out his hand to get the remote back from Bunko.
And I'm going to look at Zeta 3 and say, Zeta 3, you're dismissed.
Very well. I will return to the medical bay. And Zeta 3 makes its way into the lift and moves up.
I'm going to, after he's gone, I'm going to tell Roddick, I'm going to say, look, Roddick, I don't want to take any chances, but I'm on watch as it is. But if you do something without my knowledge, that's not really my fault now, is it?
Roddick's gonna just kind of look at you for a second with his arms crossed and not gonna say anything, and then he'll turn back to the prisoner and have his finger over the remote and say, if she tries anything, I'm still hitting this.
As you should.
Do you have an ETA before we'll need to actually transport the prisoner? I'm curious.
So let's see here. That was 4 shifts. That was 16 hours. It was a 56-hour 56-hour transit. So you guys still technically have 40 hours left.
It's gonna be a long trip.
Yeah. So we're having our first cycle of the watch end, and Roddick, you're picking your watch back up. She seems to be in the exact same position, like asleep the entire time, not moving at all. So, for sake of brevity, are there any actions taken aboard the ship that everybody needs to be notified? And are there any like notable things that happen during the watches that I need to be notified of?
If I'm notified of what was done, I really think we should just remove the muzzle and the shackles and such, and possibly put her back under sedation somehow, like with a trip when we arrive, because she is a high-class prisoner and she is a murderer, but no one deserves to be treated like that.
She's known for having a bit of a silver tongue, though, and I'd prefer if that muzzle stayed on.
Just because she says something doesn't mean you have to do what she says.
I think that Roddick's gonna say, well, I guess it's gonna fall to you, Jen.
I'm going to kind of sigh and say, fine. After 12 hours, you can take the muzzle off her and she can drink out of the toilet.
I think that she can have
I don't
proper
think that's
water.
much better.
We could provide her a plastic bottle of water. Or something that would be non-dangerous. Do we,
Very well. Plastic bottle of water it is.
Okay, so I guess you this is probably happening when Bunko's back up for watch again. And once again, the medical droid informs you that the prisoner needs sustenance, and he is required due to his previous complaints to now examine and monitor the prisoner every like it's not several hours, but like during a certain period. Now that he is determined that there is some sort of treatment risk. So, what do you guys do?
I do want to stop by Signal at some point during the day. I'm going to ask if he can help install my remote grenade detonator into my my armor suit, one of the integrated slots for the second.
Would be an easy task.
I'll hand him the detonator and lean down and like snap open the component on the suit where the detonator could be installed.
All right, mechanics check, please. Signal. That's a good mechanics check. Successfully
Nice.
Installed. Probably
Awesome.
like on your wrist or something.
Sweet. I'll definitely snap it back shut and thank Signal for his assistance and say that you've really been proving yourself and head on down.
All right, so how exactly do you handle the prisoner? She has not moved for the duration of your entire watch cycle, and you have talked about giving her water via a bottle. The droid is insisting that he be let into the cell to examine her.
I think I'm going to make a radio call. I'm going to see if someone wants to come down. I'm going to mandate that if the cell is going to be open, we want at least 2 people on the cell, not 1. If the cell is being opened, and I'll inform the medical droid that of the same, that we need to call another person before we do that. So, who wants to come back me up if we open the cell for this examination?
Well, Chin's gonna be there, obviously.
I'm already there.
Okay. Looks like everybody but Rayla and Signal.
Yeah, I'll come down as well. I'm the one who thinks this is probably the proper thing to do.
Signal, what are you doing during this entire
I will
time?
continue monitoring ship systems because someone
Okay.
should.
So, with the 4 of you plus the droid in here, it is super cramped.
Well, I'm gonna be like outside in the workshop again.
Okay. All right. So the door's not sealed then. Yeah, you're standing outside the cell. The droid has the bottle of water in his hand and looks to you. I'm ready to enter the cell now.
We do need a medical droid, so try not to get yourself killed or destroyed or whatever you.
We be ready for our weapons. We drop the cell field. Yes, I would imagine.
Yep, I've got my my stun. Who has? I guess who has the stun costume?
Bunko.
Guys, me?
Bunko
Bunko,
has the control again.
You got the stun control, and I've got my. I'm gonna line up a careful shot with my flechette pistol, and I'll or flechette arm launcher, and I will open this field.
Yeah, so like the last time this was happening at the end of Bunko's watch, now it's happening at the very beginning. So the field drops, and Zeta 3 makes his way in and begins to examine the prisoner. So it has a bottle, and it begins talking. Mrs. Darek, I have some refreshment here for you. There is no response, and so he like sets the bottle down on like a small little. It's not really a table, but like a shelf next to the toilet, and moves forward, and you can see him bending down and basically checking her vitals. Yes. Where did that page go? Okay. So he says, after examining the patient for a few minutes, the patient seems unresponsive, and I do not believe she will be capable of drinking out of this bottle. I will need another intravenous kit from the medical bay. She does not appear to be conscious, and seems to be suffering from, as I feared, shock and a at least minor concussion.
Riley's gonna cross his arms and say that check her again. She might be faking.
He goes and performs yet another, like, wrote exactly what he just did examination of her, and determines the same thing. He says, I must insist that this patient be treated with intravenous solutions. I would prefer to move her up to the medical bay.
That's not happening.
Do you
Can't you
prefer
bring what you
deliver
need to
a
the
dead
cell?
patient, then, or an unconscious one?
What's that?
Can we bring the surgical kit to the cell, or no? I'm going to ask the medical droid.
I do not need a surgical kit. I need another intravenous kit, please. She will. She does not seem to be conscious enough to
I will bring the
manually
required kit.
adapt.
I start going toward medical bay.
Okay. All right, so you retrieve the intravenous kit from the medical bay and make your way down to the to deck. I think it's deck 3, and
I leave
yeah,
the
you
kit
see-
outside the workshop door, and then I go back to the top and I tell them, the kit is outside the workshop door. I will unseal it long enough for you to retrieve it.
Okay. So yeah, the door opens up, and Chen, you see that there is a kit waiting
Yep,
just outside the door.
I'll grab it and I'll sort of give it over to Roddick and then head back towards the far side of the workshop.
I'll take the kit and I will walk over to the shield and I will tell the medical droid that I've got it. Come grab it. We'll
Right, so you,
lower the shield to pass it to it.
Okay, yeah, you lower the shield. He steps forward and retrieves the kit, and goes forward to apply the kit. Like a few minutes later, he says, "Very well. She is now being treated." Like, turns back. It will take some time for it to take effect, as it did last time. Does everybody just stand outside the cell for the next couple hours?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay here for this. I don't trust any of this.
I'm going to talk to Roddick and recommend that to reduce the windows of opportunity for the prisoner to do anything. We should just leave the medical droid in the cell.
I'm gonna cross my arms and say
I'd
that,
advise against this.
do you know what that prisoner could do with the parts from a medical droid?
Medical droids include
You're
any
not there,
blah, blah,
Signal.
blah. Oh,
Oh, I forgot.
I was
And
gonna
they're
do
not.
the
They're having
conference
this. No, they're having this conversation in person. There's no need for them to conference it.
She could do a lot of the medical droid, but there's not much she can do when she's locked in a cell.
She could probably get out of the cell with the parts from that droid, and I personally think we need something on board to fix the amount of bullet wounds that we're probably going to get before this is over.
I'm expecting a fight before we even reach, what's the planet's name again?
BELSAVIS.
BELSAVIS.
Out here, I'm always expecting a fight. I'm just going to kind of look back and say we need the medical droid intact, and we need to make sure that she doesn't use its components to cause us a lot more grief.
Fair enough. Just keep a close eye on her.
Roddick nods and says we'll do, and heads back that way.
Can I get a perception check from everybody? Rayla, are you staying in the detention cells?
I think we'll stay there for now.
Okay. All right. Everybody there can make it a perception check, and Signal, I'll get a perception check for you because you're monitoring the systems.
I still think we've made a mistake. We should probably get her actually cared for in the med bay. It's a bad idea with her background, but if delivering a dead prisoner won't do you us any good.
It's your own fault for resisting.
I'll take her
Not
to
cooperating.
I'll take her to the med potentially if he needs to go in the end.
It may be my opinion, but she was technically on the bed as was ordered when she was shocked. So
Didn't he say to lay down on the bed? Or am I just imagining that?
The words "laid down" were never said. It was literally get onto the bed, prepare for the cell to be entered.
That was an unfortunate miscommunication.
Well, fortunately, that one's all on Roddick, so I don't have to do
I
it.
didn't technically fire this. I didn't fire the shotgun.
No, he technically didn't.
It was our
Told her to
special
get under the
agent that
bed.
did it, so I'm even
Yeah,
less
we ordered.
responsible for it.
Blame it all on the person that's not bound by the rules that would make it matter. That's perfect.
Okay. I think Rayla, you think that maybe like the droid was saying that she was unresponsive. You think that maybe she's asleep, or something. Like you just get the feeling that she's not totally unconscious. That's as kind of much as you glean from your time in the cells, you personally. You don't really notice anything untoward, but you do kind of. I think maybe you're just kind of looking at her for a long time. You see that her breathing is not quite as regular as it might have been at some point. Then it kind of becomes a little bit more regular. So you can interpret that as you want.
very well.
So the watch passes, the IV fluid is administered, and Zeta 3 collects it and turns around and says that it is now able to exit the cell. I assume you guys let
Yeah,
Zeta
we
3 out.
We let him out.
Okay. Well, I mean, there was
Mike,
some conversation about not doing so.
We definitely should.
We came to the agreement to let it out.
I still have to ask you guys because you guys changed your mind at the flick of an instant.
Oh, no.
I mean, like you guys
absolutely.
had originally decided to just knock her out with drugs the entire time, and that just never happened. So I have to ask these things.
Oh, absolutely. We've been kind of doing this on the fly. I agree. So I will
Okay,
definitely
so
let her out and, let the droid out.
Bunko's watch ends, and it is Roddick, your turn. Although you've been standing here for a while.
Has the droid left anything in the cell? I'm very paranoid about that.
Give me another perception check because you're specifically looking. Oh, that was almost a 20.
Oh, I know. It rolled back.
No, doesn't look like it left anything in the cell.
Okay. In that case, I will once again take my position. Just watch the prisoner very silently. Not a
Okay.
talkative guy.
Okay, so what is everybody doing during this period? Because I will inform you by the second day. Let's see, you're like at 32 hours right now. You're just about halfway through your transit. You all are starting to get a little bit fatigued because of your constantly rotating schedule. It is only a 4-hour on, but it has interrupted your normal kind of circadian rhythm because some of you are now like doing this. Like it's not just one time. Like you're having to constantly wake up at a time where you wouldn't wake up. At least a couple of you are. So I will tell you that you guys are getting a little bit exhausted. Although splitting the watch 4 ways is definitely helping with that. You have the feeling that if you had gone with the original 8-hour watch that Shen proposed, you guys would be absolutely tanked by now, and probably would not be able to function very well. Is anybody doing anything in particular during the next day of travel?
Miss Rayla,
Well, since the droid is out of the cell now, I'm gonna probably go take like a 6-hour nap or so.
Okay. So pretty much for some of you, it's all just napping, getting a little bit of something to eat, and then worrying about the prisoner.
I think I would have a conversation with someone. I can't imagine just be all the
Well,
prisoner.
it sounded like Signal wanted to talk to you.
Yes, N41?
How do you feel that a member of your own sentient species is treated as such?
Well, I'm not sure how to feel about that. I mean, I do not believe she's being treated properly, but she is a known murderer, and she did it in prison, which probably means she did it with pretty much her bare hands or whatever she could make. So, she is very dangerous.
Still, the level of treatment experienced so far is below, like,
below galactic
and
standards.
below galactic standards by a far margin.
Like, maybe do you cite something about, like, healthcare in the hut space being better than
It's even
this
worse than
on
that.
average?
I would agree with you, but in the end, I think I'm overruled.
So
I
so
will
I
note
guess
that if the prisoner is bound in such a way they cannot even relieve themselves, as your species seems to need to do.
Yep, that's been a thing. The smell is starting. I think probably by now, actually the droid has requested to hook up a catheter because she was unresponsive and unable to relieve herself.
I figured that was part of the medical treatments he was doing, but okay, yeah.
That was an
definitely.
IV to like feed and
That was
nourish
for
her.
food
There
and
was
water.
no mention of it. I recommended. One of the reasons why I wanted to.
Yeah,
recommend
he
that,
did.
but
He did technically mention earlier on that she was unable to relieve herself due to her restraints. So I think it probably does become an issue on the second day, and the droid does insist that without an improvement in her condition, she needs some sort of catheter device.
I'm gonna probably get a consensus of what we should do with this extremely dangerous prisoner that can kill us all in our sleep. Sort of as the tone that I'm using. How we should treat this. I'll probably do a conference call. I'll probably definitely get Rayla in and Jen in both.
Let the medical droid do what's necessary for what it defines as the very basics of humane treatment and no more.
I think the basis of humane treatment would have had her not be bound up like she is and has been unconscious
Well,
for some time.
she is a prisoner, so we can't really unbind her.
I'm pretty sure that's why there's 4 armed people on this ship and a force field most of the time.
Right, I was gonna say we could attempt to. He's gonna kind of pause for a second. Actually, how is she bound that she can't use the bathroom? Out of
She
curiosity.
can't use her
bound
hands.
Oh, I mean,
she
if
can't
you
use her
were
hands to
muzzled.
remove her, like move her clothes down, and the muzzle
Okay.
doesn't have anything to do with that. But she can't even request things of you. To be frank, this is something that that Zeta 3 has probably mentioned several times. The muzzle is extremely unorthodox for this period of time, and he is definitely filing a serious sentient rights violation due to this.
What do you think we should do, everyone? I'm gonna kind of put over the radio right now. I don't need any more heat, but I certainly don't want her slitting anyone's throat. So.
Well, if this droid just wants to be a pain in the ass, let it in there. Let it take off the muzzle and unbind her. Let it get destroyed and put that in its report.
I will note that the equipment normally carried by a this is a Zeta 3 model, isn't it, or is it something else? It's
Zeta
a 3.
3
Oh, so
model.
it's a 3Z3. Okay.
3Z3. You don't really know anything about this droid, although you can infer like from observations, but you don't know what a usual is carried because this is not a mass manufactured droid by any standards. It's brand
Okay.
new.
Okay, I have a question. I mean, obviously, like, treatment of prisoners, like, exactly what's required has probably been spelled out in, like,
Oh yeah,
sector
you
ranger
absolutely know what
policy
you're
somewhere.
supposed to be doing.
So what am I supposed to be doing?
What you as a person think would, I mean, like leaving them bound for a couple days, that's not typically standard. That can have some effects on their body after a couple of days. The big thing, not feeding her properly, not giving her sustenance properly. Like, it's one thing if she refuses to cooperate, but it's another if you actually don't provide for that. The biggest thing is actually the muzzle, because she has not been able to talk at all or actually eat. And you know that the IV will keep her alive, but already you can see that she's probably lost a little bit of her already gaunt weight. You know that you are definitely in some fairly significant violation of how you should have been treating this prisoner. And I am not going to be open to the argument that you didn't know this because I didn't tell you, because this is all fairly... I mean, like, 2 of your crew members did think about this, and you were warned several times, so you kind of willfully chose to ignore it.
Brock can cross his arms and say, I think we might take her up to medical with a full escort and then bring her back to her cell. What do you guys think of that?
It's probably what's required at this point. It's worth noting that when I was down there, I do think she might be coming out of her unconsciousness. She could be faking that, but we should still be treating her better.
Oh, she's faking it. I'm probably going to end up having to trank her ass over this, but it is just one Twi'lek.
Whether you have to trank her in the end or other, she just does deserve, no matter what she is, a human. It's not even human rights, right?
It's sentient rights. There actually is something in the official Star Wars canon about this. I could try to look up right now, but yeah, like as far as what's happened, all of the official members of the crew have received like a notification from Zeta 3, like over their datapad terminals and stuff, that they have been reported for violation in here, either due to like actual actions taken or willful neglect. And all that it's going to take is once you guys get in range of a HoloNet, this is going to be automatically sent off. I mean, it's not necessarily super huge in violation, but this is definitely something where, if it wasn't a serial killer, this person could sue your ass out into space, and even then, you're not entirely sure what the ramifications might be, since she's being transferred to maximum security. But the people there might have something to say about the condition of the prisoner when you get there.
Roddick's gonna cross his arms and say, "Fine, let's just get her up to medical under full escort. Do what we need to do. Make sure she gets there alive, and get the next assignment." Like I said, I don't think she'll be filing many complaints. And then I'm gonna think about the medical droid for a second, but then I'll just kind of nod and say that I'll back whatever we had to do here. This first prisoner has certainly a reputation, extra precautions that we had to take, so I will share responsibility on that. And I will, I guess, look to the others and see if they're want to meet me to the medical bay to start transporting this prisoner up, or the prisoner bay to bring him up to the medical bay.
I'm just gonna say, well, if that's how it is, let's let Zeta 3 do what Zeta 3 wants.
Model Zeta 3.
And then when it blows up in all your faces, you're gonna put that on your report.
Would proper
too.
treatment require removal to the medical bay?
Ideally, yes. I can treat her here. However, there are facilities in the medical bay which would make for a swifter recovery. She is already showing signs of some malnutrition.
That's what we should.
How long will she need to be there?
At this time, I am unsure. Most of one day, at least, provided her condition has not worsened.
I was gonna cross his arms and say she doesn't need to spend time too long in a bed there, but we'll go and get her checked up. I want to get her back to her cell faster than that if we can.
Very well.
Who
Are
wants
there,
to give me a hand escorting
medical
her?
restraints that we can use?
Yeah, there are. Like, it's almost exactly what Agent B was going through back on Druckenwell. Like, it's a typical medical bay with some restraints, if needed.
Suggest removal of hazardous knives and such from medical bay first.
That would be a lot of work, I think.
Yeah, I think like you say that, and Zeta 3 says this will require some hours to criminal-proof the medical bay.
Once how are we gonna bring her up there? Do we have a stretcher? Could we use our?
You can't use a
grab
stretcher through the lift or anything. Like, it's not that big. You're going to have to either carry her or have her walk under her own power. These are fairly tight corridors. Like, you can walk two abreast very tightly. Actually, it's like you would have to kind of scooch around the other person in some areas of the ship, and the biggest issue is you're not going to be able to take a stretcher through the lift.
Okay, Star. I want to sense my feelings on the action of actually taking her to the medical bay.
I've been waiting for this to actually arrive. So, sense feelings. What page is this?
It's in the use the force description. It's 77th.
Okay. Use the force. You draw upon the force to help you recover injuries, gain special insights, or perform remarkable acts. You must have the force sensitivity feat to be trained in the skill, and you are using sense. Search your feelings. As a full round action, you can make a DC 15 use the force check to determine whether a particular action will yield favorable or unfavorable results to you in the immediate future, 10 minutes or less. For example, you can make a check to determine whether destroying a dark side artifact will have immediate unforeseen repercussions. The answer does not take into account the long-term consequences of a contemplated action. Using the example above, a successful check would not portend a future encounter with vengeful Darksiders angered by the destruction of the Darkside artifact. The GM must assess the immediate consequences of the action based on what he knows of the circumstances. So, roll use the force.
You shall have used the force. Use my button. Push. And I failed.
It's not that you're not able to do this. It is that your feelings themselves are very disturbed by events that have been going on. You've been arguing that this prisoner is being mistreated. It also doesn't help the fact that she is a Twi'lek, and you've undergone very heavy mistreatment yourself, so you definitely kind of heavily sympathize with her. Yeah, your feelings are just too clouded to really get a great sense of what might happen. It's not negative or positive, it's just you're too conflicted.
Very well. I still think she should be taken to the medical bay. We should have her under watch, of course, as is suited to a prisoner, but...
Alright, so that's one for the medical bay and one for the cell.
Doing too much work to get her up to a sick bay. Just do it in the cell.
Would you want to be treated in the cell, even if you were a known killer?
I would be a serial killer if that's what you mean.
So what are the official sector rangers weigh in on this?
Roddick's gonna turn to Jen and say, taking your lead on it, what do you think?
Take her up to the med bay.
All right, so that's the majority of votes for the med bay. Not that this is necessarily a voting ship. So how do you accomplish this? Like, you're all down outside of the cells. I think maybe you've asked Zeta 3 to get the medical bay ready for visitors. What all do you do here?
I will man door controls and unlock doors as you pass.
I'm gonna say, Rayla, since you're the one most concerned with her well-being, I'm gonna give you the honor of escorting her to the med bay.
Roddick will look to Rayla and say, "I'll be going with you." And I'll look back and I'll say, "Do you know the?" Let's see. Quick question, Star. Who has the stun control?
Whoever is currently on duty, which would probably be, You can just decide who has it. Somebody was on watch while this conversation was taking place, so they had to weigh in after the fact.
Okay, I'll probably just take the stun control from whoever has it if I'm escorting her up there, and
Okay.
I'll keep that in my left hand, and keep my trank gun on my gauntlet out on the right arm, and I'll say.
So I think like maybe you guys are not actually in the detention cells. You're just in the room outside when you're having this conversation because all of you did weigh in on it in real time. So you're in the room just outside.
Yeah, Roddick's gonna turn to Rayla and will say that it seems like a good experience for you, rookie. You will bring her up to medical, but I will keep an escort directly behind you. Where will you be, Jen? And what will you have our agent doing?
Her agent can act at her discretion. I'll be following behind you, Roddick, and guarding outside the medical lab.
I'm going to radio up to Signal, and I'm going to ask him if, Signal, can you set up a program to lock all the doors around where we are as we travel through the ship, unlocking all the doors we need to go to?
He literally just said he was going to do that.
Oh, I apologize. I thought he was doing something else with the door.
That's literally what I just said, but...
Oh my god.
But Roddick maybe didn't hear that.
I
Signal wasn't
apologize.
there.
I had a bit of noise in the background here for a minute. I probably skipped that part. I am sorry. Yeah, so
All
definitely I'll thank Signal for once again his forward thinking on that, and I'll say, all right, looks like we're ready to move. Rayla, I'll let you detain the prisoner. I'll be ready if anything goes wrong. Don't worry, kid. And I'll have my stuff ready.
All right, so you open the door to the detention cells. Can I get a perception check from all 5 crew members of the ship?
I keep trying to use the up arrow to get it, but I can't when I rolled off the thing.
Someone was very close to a 20, and someone was very far away from a 20.
Yeah.
That's funny that Signal's the one with the best perception, but he's not technically there. That does.
He's got all these sensors and stuff.
He can
cool.
perceive some things, but he is actually at a little bit of a negative operating through the security systems. Okay, so you guys open the door and you see she is sitting up in her bed. She's kind of tilted a little bit to one side, and one of her eyes is kind of winced closed, and she's kind of looking about.
Good, you're alive.
She like focuses her one open eye on you with a glare.
Who has a shocker?
I've got it back right now.
Although she glares at you, she definitely appears to be woozy and like a little bit out of sorts. And as you get closer, it becomes definitely apparent to you that something is not particularly right with the prisoner. Like, she seems to be a little bit uncoordinated, even just trying to sit up.
Don't buy a thing she sells, everyone. And I'm going to toss, actually, I will toss
It does
Marco
look genuine to you, although you can say what you want.
Roddick's biased. He isn't actually going off of anything besides bias here. And he's going to throw the control over to Bunko and say, if she tries anything, you know what to do. And I'll look back to her, and I'm going to say, all right, cooperate with Agent Fireseeker. We won't have trouble.
Come now, we're going to bring you up to medical bay. We need to get you looked at.
So you lowered the force field, and she's sitting up and she's like glaring at you all. But I think maybe as you get closer, you see that she's having a hard time focusing her gaze or whatever, and you kind of move over to help her up from the bed.
Yes.
Okay. She does not smell good at all.
No. I do not.
And as you get her up, she's like definitely shaky. Maybe even shakier than you thought she would be at this point. She has been receiving some, fluids and stuff, but she's still been fairly mistreated. You start to like help her out of the cell. You've got the cuffs in front of her, and she's got her restraints around her legs, but she's able to kind of shimmy forward, and she's still got her muzzle on. She's led in past Bunko. She doesn't spare even like a glance to Bunko, although she does definitely glare.
Yeah, I may regret it, but I would take the muzzle off because my God.
Okay, so you make to take the muzzle off. Everybody can see that Rayla is in the process of doing this.
I'm going to probably motion to Rayla.
So how do you try to stop her, Bunko?
Grab her wrist.
Okay, so Bunko suddenly reaches out and grabs Rayla by the wrist.
I'm going to take a step forward and say, Rayla, before we take that off, we should get you some sort of facial protection. We were told she's a spinner, and who knows what kind of chemical issue she has. Anyone that's going to be in proximity to her should probably have some sort of facial protection.
So you guys are standing here, like literally in the doorway of the detention cells. Rayla right behind her, and
Do you see the conditions he's in? I don't think that's necessary.
Galactic says you're going to get a face full of whatever she's got. I
My
guarantee
perception
it.
check says I should be simply fine, and I should trust that. Out of character, I'm just saying that, but in character I wouldn't say exactly that, but that's what I think is probably correct way to play this.
Alright.
Alright, so you move behind her to remove the muzzle. You undo it and pull it out of her mouth. And it's basically like a somewhat like mask / cage that goes over her her lower face. And it becomes clear to you that there was actually a rubber section in her mouth during this, basically to prevent her from biting down or doing anything at all. And you pull it out, and there's this deep moan, and you can see her lips and her lips are extremely dry, and I think actually a little bit. There's probably some blood, yeah, you pull it out, and there's just a moment where she's she's probably wincing, and you definitely see that she's in some significant amount of pain after you pull it out. And she kind of staggers to one side, and there's a really raspy breath.
Get you up to medbay.
She again, one of her eyes is kind of winced shut, and she just casts her gaze around, and she literally she's not able to really focus her eye, but you can tell there's a glare in her glance towards both Chen and Roddick as she's kind of being pushed along. She is not able to say anything or either that or she chooses not to, but there's this raspy breath, and she kind of tries to reach out and lick her lips, but you can tell her jaw is probably horrible right now. And all you get, surprisingly, is just and some coughing, probably some severe coughing, since she hasn't actually breathed through her mouth this entire time. You lead her to the lift. The lift can support, I'm gonna say, up to 4 people if you're willing to squeeze in close quarters.
I imagine 3 is fine. 2 in the prisoner.
Okay, so who's going along?
The other pair could use the other lift and arrive at the same time.
I'll be going up on the other lift.
Okay, I'll go up with Rayla. Unless Bunko is going to try to fight me for the slot, but I'll probably try to go with Rayla.
Well, I'll give you the stunner if you're going to go up in the same elevator.
Good call. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll take it. Now.
She sees the
thanks,
stunner, and like you can see, she glares really intently at it. But other than that, she again appears fairly disoriented and not entirely in control. So you get her into the lift, and it seals shut, and you are in here for a brief moment with just her, Rayla, and Roddick. And Roddick, you can't smell anything because of your faceplate and everything, and your sealed helmet. But Rayla, being in such close confines with her, like you can hear her breathing really raspily, kind of echoing in the lift. And you are definitely aware of a very kind of uncomfortable odor in here. Either an accident was happened, or it was just her being cooped up and sweating this entire time. But it's not very pleasant. And by the time you
on
get
the panel,
to,
deck C is the only option.
Roddick turns
Yeah.
on his internal air supply and breathes happy.
So by the time you get to C deck, the lift opens and you can see that Bunko and Chen have already stepped out of their own lift. You guys are roughly about here.
So, this door here.
Use computers check, please, Signal. As you play FTL with the ship, and hopefully don't open all the airlocks with a 1.
Thank God.
Yeah, you successfully open the medical bay door.
But it's a double airlock, right? So you need to open both airlock doors for the actually.
A one would be bad.
There, all those doors are sealed.
Wow, that
so
one's.
how are you getting her into the
And the
med bay if it's sealed?
I think that one's not even a door.
Well, you
going
go in
left.
this way, right? Is that the sick bay?
Yeah, you can get her through there, I guess. So you walk her down the hall. She staggers a little bit. And you're all I guess led into the sick bay.
How does the medical lab differ from the sick bay?
Sick bay is where it's actually treated. The medical lab obviously once contained 3 Bacta tanks when it was an Imperial service vessel. They have, they're since gone, either removed or destroyed during the destruction of the ship. Medical lab is right now used for a lot of medical storage. There's a lot of containers in here. There is a desk. There are some, medical facilities in here. It's probably where, I think you probably see like a charging station for Zeta 3. So, you lead her into sick bay. If everybody squeezes in, it's a super tight fit. It's bigger than the cells, but it's still there's a lot of stuff in sick bay. Like med bay is where like medicine is prepared and synthesized. Sick bay is almost entirely just a little bit of storage and your 3 medical beds.
Okay, probably sit her down on one of the beds for now.
Yeah, so Zeta 3 walks in and says, greetings. You are here so I may medically examine you and treat you for any medical anomalies which you may be suffering from. It kind of like looks to everybody. Who is staying for this? He says it may take some time.
I am.
I'm basically gonna stand outside, kind of by the engine room or engine access.
Okay.
So I kind of stand guard out there.
Alright, so Chen's out there. Anybody else? Where's everybody else?
Probably in the bridge.
We in the medical bay with the prisoners soon.
Okay, alright. So, only 2 of you in the medical bay, or the sick bay.
Let's make it easy. Move your little tokens where you are.
Yeah, this is fine. And yeah, so Zeta 3, she gets seated down on one of the tables, and he begins to ask her, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Blah blah blah. Like when he asks that, there's like a kind of a definite heavy moan, and like you see her one open eye roll a bit. He begins going through questions and obviously some sort of preliminary exam. She hacks and coughs a bit, and he is very, very interested in inspecting her mouth and like what is kind of going on there.
If it's alright with Zeta 3, I don't know if he has something about it medically, but I intend to get her a glass of water. Well, maybe like a
he
plastic
says that
version
is
of
fine, but it may need to be administered slowly. She has not used her mouth or her jaw for the last 2 days. And he warns her that it could be very uncomfortable, despite the fact that she probably feels that she has a very, very, very dry mouth right now. Yeah, he kind of tisks a little bit upon seeing, like, her lips had basically grown so chapped that some of them had, like, a bit of it had started to bleed. Roddick, like, you get, like, the best glare a medical droid can give you, like, for the treatment of the prisoner. He doesn't say anything else, though, but it's implied that he's trying to make you feel guilty about it. You don't know if that's in his core programming or not.
Across his arm, just say, make her presentable by the time we get there.
I will do what I am able. I will note all aspects in my exam. I open up Zeta 3's sheet.
Remember, Zeta 3, if you stop taking precautions, you won't probably be here to file a report, because that woman...
So you continuously keep reminding me.
He's gonna pause and he's gonna say, well, you should remember, keep it in mind. Make sure your programming has its priorities in order.
Okay. Yeah. He examines her for like 20 minutes, and he says, Officer Concord, would you like the results of the medical exam in private?
I'm gonna kind of look to him for a second and say that, is it something that needs to be private, Zeta 3?
If you wish to discuss it in front of the prisoner, it is none of my concern.
I'm gonna kind of look
She
to the
appears
others
to
and
be suffering from some minor dehydration despite the intravenous fluids.
Is B and Jin here yet, or where are they?
No, they're outside.
It's just you and me. Thanks.
Just outside the room, or like where?
Not even just outside. They're down the hall, kind of keeping
Okay.
an eye on things. I think they're pretty much bored and kind of pacing around the ship at this point.
I'm gonna kind of look to Rayla and have a flashback of what happened last time I left her with a prisoner. If I had misgivings about
On a medical bed, no less.
Yeah, so that's kind of like what Roddick is seemingly extremely reluctant to leave the room. This feels like deja vu to him.
So you're just talking about it right there.
I'm gonna just say that Zeta 3 can talk in front of the prisoner.
Okay. He says she appears to be suffering from some minor dehydration, despite the fact that she has been administered intravenous fluids. She is also suffering from minor malnutrition, and goes through kind of a list. Her oral cavity has been significantly abused, and it seems that she has strained her jaw fairly severely. I am in no doubt that she is in some significant amount of pain. It does not appear that her vocal cords have been permanently damaged. However, she does appear to have suffered some harm from the rather lengthy period of time in which the muzzle was kept in. He also goes on to state that he determines that she seems to have suffered some minor concussion, like he determined before. He is not able to determine how serious it is because she seems to not be really answering his questions. She seems to just kind of hoarsely rasp or just breathe. Says, I am unable to determine the entire state of the prisoner at this time. I would request she remain in observation, where I may examine her further for the next several hours.
I'm gonna kind of sigh and look to Rayla for a second, and I'll look back and I'll say that I'm a bit concerned about her having some sort of disease. Make sure we scan for that, and then I'll look at her.
You have reason to believe she is in possession of communicable diseases. It states, is it like it looks down at its data pad?
Roddick looks back and says, "I don't. Well, she's gonna spit on people. I want to make sure before she infects one of our officers here.
I will
Some of
need
them
to
aren't wearing
perform a
facial
blood
protection."
test. This will take some additional time.
Roddick nods and says that we should do that, but we're gonna need to keep a constant guard here on her right now. She's an escape artist, and we do not want to.
I think
let her go down
when
for a
you say
moment.
that, like she turns to you and she gives you that look that women give, where they kind of like squint their eyes a little bit and they like faux smile at you, although she can't really smile right now. A very sarcastic look, although not very animated.
She's gonna escape from somewhere. It'll be the next prison she's in, because I don't intend to let her do it on my watch. And I'm gonna kind of cross my arms and say that I'm not leaving until this is resolved. So, make it quick.
So while this conversation's going on, I think she literally just the entire time she's just been there, kind of observing.
I will pause Data 7 and say, in the interest of being humane, however, and I'm going to kind of glance to Rail as I mentioned that and glance back to it. I'll say, perhaps you could administer something for the pain to the prisoner, preferably something that's fairly strong. We don't want her to be in any pain whatsoever.
Yeah, it may be just my opinion, but I think we should, if we can get her a new set of clothes, I think that.
Yeah, he was literally going to bring this up. She also has appeared to not have been able to adequately use the refresher facilities for the last, and like he checks his chronometer, it's like 30 plus hours, and appears to be in some distress in this manner. I may have to take additional blood work to verify the integrity of her kidneys.
Roddick sighs and says that certainly she shouldn't have kidney damage from that. Probably from the various death sticks she's using. I'm just gonna cross my arms.
I think like the one thing she rasps out during this is Roddick is talking a few feet away with Zeta 3 as she just kind of looks back to you, Rayla, and this whole time she's kind of occasionally glances over to you, and she rasps out in literally like the most hoarse voice, low, barely detectable. And in fact, give me a perception check, Roddick and Rayla, just to see how much you can actually get out of it.
Oddly enough, I think Roddick will probably hear her better.
Well, he has a negative for it.
I rolled a nat 1.
Roddick rolled pretty good. So you guys hear, even though he's a little bit farther away, he's got his back not to her, but all you managed to get from your -1, Rayla, or your roll of a 1, is something about like crew, and Roddick, you're able to make out a very sarcastic but very hoarse voice whispering, not even whispering, just speaking very lowly to Rayla, saying, quite the crew you have here. That's all you get from it. But yeah, like she tries to say something to you, Rayla, and you literally cannot make out pretty much any of it.
Roddick's gonna turn to Rayla and say that she's probably trying to size up her next lineup of victims. I don't like this one bit. Let's just get this over with as quick as we can. He's gonna turn back to her.
Whether you like it or not, Roddick, it is the right thing to do.
I hate dealing with crazies. And he's gonna kind of cross his arms and say that at least with the mob, they might be ruthless, but they make sense. You can always count on them to do something, but with the mad ones, and I'm gonna kind of look to the prisoner, like not even trying to lower my voice. You never know what crazy idea gets into their head. Keep your eyes open. They might appear nice 1 minute, the next minute they could be attempting to eat some various organ of yours. So
I think she like rolls once again her one kind of open eye. Do you inform Chen and Bunko that the prisoner is going to be in medical for the next couple hours on medical watch?
Yeah, I informed Jen that I'm going to keep an eye on her personally because I don't like this one bit. Do not like letting escape artists around technology and cutting devices.
Okay.
I'm going to tell Roddick Roger that. I'm going to grab some sleep, I think, and tell him to call me to, calm me when he wants me to take over. And with that, I'm going to head down to the cargo hold, and I'm going to sleep in the driver's seat of the speeder because I'm absolutely sure something's going to go wrong.
That's great.
Signal, are you maintaining the airlock-esque control over the doors this entire time?
Yes.
It is almost impossible for any of you to move anywhere casually. It takes Chen like maybe 4 times as long as normal to get to the cargo bay. Anybody trying to travel from deck to deck or even from room to room has a very hard time. So,
After a little while, once she's been administered the pain meds, ask her if she wants some actual food.
I think she kind of like rasps out very hoarsely, like, "What sort of crap do you have aboard this bucket?"
Well, it's not the greatest, but it's better
He's
than
gonna motion his
intravenous.
hand up. Nothing that can use silverware. We need something that's completely no sharp edges.
I believe you sentient beings have something called a sandwich.
Make her a Nerf burger.
Touch up the radio and ask who here can make a sandwich.
Wow.
Well, you do know B was once dressed as a chef. Do you like get on and like, B, go down there and make me a sandwich?
Yeah, I'll definitely say that if you could bring one up to the medical bay, that would be appreciated.
Well, it's literally. Beep.
So, do you want a crowbar in the sandwich or not?
I would like to see you
Negative.
try to fit a crowbar in the sandwich.
I will like a sandwich that is soft and edible. Those are the only requirements.
Go to the galley and I find like a sandwich. I make myself one too while I'm at it.
That's great. So B shows up, munching on her own sandwich, and I guess hands it to places it nearby, and Zeta 3 kind of inspects it and says she should be able to consume this. If you are feeling up to it, Mrs. Dark, we will see about feeding you. So I think Roddick is probably like sitting in a chair in the corner, and I think maybe Rayla is probably the same, or maybe on top of one of the opposite beds.
Yeah, I imagine I'd probably be helping to feed her. I think I'm the only one in the crew that actually cares
Yeah,
about her
and he,
well-being, it seems.
He does say, Officer Concord, how do you wish to handle the... He like pauses, the cleaning and maintenance of the prisoner?
Aren't you medical droids equipped for that sort of thing?
I will help her. It's fine. You don't have to be here.
He says, the refresher is across the hall. Do you... There's like a pause.
Roddick pauses and he just turns around and looks at the wall and says, I'll be here.
Okay. So with Rayla and Roddick in the room, although Rayla's the only one that can see it, I think he begins to undress her and begins to basically sponge bathe the prisoner. And Rayla, you can see that her body is covered in some scars. Some of them a little bit familiar to you. Some of them looking not so familiar. And she looks every bit like a beaten, broken person as this is happening. But she tries, like she seems to try to keep a like a defiant look in her eye as she kind of like notices you glancing over, but she's obviously not with a whole lot of strength. Chen, give me a tactics roll. You can spot no gaps in the security. Everything looks like it's completely covered. In fact, you feel fairly confident that nobody could go anywhere in this vessel without being spotted by the cameras. So the prisoner is eventually cleaned and bathed. She's got like her clothes, I guess her dirty clothes, right next to her on the bed while this is happening. Let me get a new round of perception checks, because I think you probably have noticed this. I'm just having you do this occasionally. Perception from, pretty much everybody. I'll let everybody make a perception check, although depending where you are, you may not notice anything at all, even with a 20. Okay. Some fairly good perception checks here. I'll roll one for Zeta.
Mine was a 20, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not in the room.
Fortunately, I'm probably looking the wrong way, but maybe I'll hear something.
This is not exactly in the exact moment. This is like I'm having everybody roll their perception for what they have kind of perceived over the course of these events. Like, B was only in here dropping off a sandwich. Chen left a while ago, so that's
one of those moments she'll get back to the kitchen and then it'll like go to a flashback and she'll put everything together and be like, "Oh my god, it's the mastermind."
Okay. So nothing untoward happens. And there's like a digital sort of cough, and Roddick, you turn around, and the prisoner has been dressed in a new sort of jumpsuit, and her old clothing are now in Zeta 3's hands. He says, "I will ensure that these are taken care of."
Zeta 3, you do realize that we're going to be handing over a prisoner that looks like they're in fairly good shape. Might want to keep this in mind when you file your reports.
My reports will have addendums. They will not be changed. Facts do not change. You can be assured that Sector Ranger Central Command will receive the fullest report to my utmost ability regarding the situation.
Concord crosses his arms and says, "We'll get the job done. That's all they really care about. You'll learn this sooner or later, Zeta."
So he says, if you insist, she is able to go back to her cell. Although I advise no more shock treatment and a carefully managed diet for the duration of the journey.
Shock treatment? I'm going to kind of pat my belt. That's up to her. I'm going to kind of motion and say, but we can do something about the diet. Alright, prisoner. Make sure she's restrained for transport. Any restraints we've taken off, let's get them back on and get this ready to go. I'm probably going to patch it on the comms and say we're about to move the prisoner back to the cell.
Is that all of the restraints? Like, including the muzzle?
I'm going to kind of lick the rail at I'm going to say, your call on this, and I'll let her make a decision on the muzzle. Everything else I'm saying put back.
I can't argue with you about the limb restraints, but the muzzle stays off.
Don't get bet, I'm going to say nonchalantly as I walk over to start collecting our prisoner. My flesh check got
Yeah,
ready.
she like is led out, and she just kind of like glances, and she says, "She's not my type."
I will tell her that he isn't very many. He isn't very many people's type.
Yeah, I'm going to give her a push if she slows down. Make sure she keeps moving at the
Okay.
rate that she can move.
All right. So she's shuffled rather weakly off to the lift. And yeah, you guys lead her back down to the cell. Nothing untoward has happened.
I'm going to direct Rayla to give her a thorough search before we return to the cell to make sure she does not have anything from the medical bay stashed in her clothing.
Very
That's
well.
a pretty smart procedure
Probably
there.
not the greatest person to check. But yes.
Okay, Rayla, give me a perception check.
Can I offer her any tips as my experience to maybe assist her with this?
Okay. Let me think about what you can roll to aid. Yeah, just roll your perception, and we'll see if you know enough about it to talk her into aiding. Okay, yeah, +2 on your roll, Rayla.
Yay, I get a whole +4.
Could be worse.
You find nothing on her person. You know, she moves her arms up as you pat her sides, and she just rasps like.
I tell her, sorry about this, but it is protocol.
She's like, yeah.
I also want to check my stun cuffs to make sure the computer is still active and hasn't been disabled.
Okay. Give me a mechanics check.
Sounds good. Let me roll that. +2 away.
And you're not trained in that one?
Oh, wow. Nope, I'm not trained in mechanics.
Okay. Yeah, you notice nothing untoward.
Okay. My
Unless
computer looks like it's...
unless you actually shock her, you're assuming it's functional.
Yeah,
Like you,
yeah, I just
you,
wanted to
you
make
look
sure
it up and it
it's
looks
not-
like the controls are still active or anything.
Okay, it looks like it's still reading the remote on the Wi-Fi connection or whatnot. I'll
Yep.
be like, all right, this is fine, and I will. I'll step back.
Okay. All right. So you move her into the cell, and she goes and she sits down. And thus ends. I think the. Let's see here. I think that thus ends day 2, fully.
Well, actually,
I think-
like once the prisoners back, once we're done like resolving all that, I want to send a quick comm over to Bunko and say, Agent B, I have some concerns about the security of the ship. I wanted to discuss with you if you could come visit me down in the cargo hold.
Well, I've probably been awake too long. I need to probably get some sleep.
Yep. Yeah, you're in the last, I think, probably 12 hours of your journey.
So whoever's on watch now, I need to.
I wait till an hour before we arrive to recharge.
Okay.
I'll be asleep. Like if we're destined to arrive in 2 hours, I sleep the hour before the hour we arrive.
I think I
Okay.
chose this room. Is correct.
Which I don't know if I technically have to be asleep while recharging or not.
You have to be shut down.
Okay.
I calm N41 to open the appropriate doors to get to my room.
I don't think I locked anything on that floor. You just have to.
Well, I have
ask
to
me.
get to the floor
I just have
first.
to allow the lift to rise to that floor.
Yes.
All right. So, B, do you show up in the cargo bay?
Oh, we have more than one galley.
Yes.
I just realized that.
I locked the other one.
So B appears in the cargo bay. You see Chen near the parked speeder. You know, you've got a few crates of supplies and stuff down here, but for the most part, it's bare.
I want to open the back door of the speeder here and say, B, for transporting the prisoner once we get on the surface, I was hoping you could help me look at these, look at the bars, or the little containment cell inside the speeder and see if it needs any shoring up anywhere, and then kind of, offer to follow her into the speeder, basically.
Okay.
And once from the speeder in hushed tones, I want to say, I know from your dossier that you're experienced with computers and mechanics. I'd prefer if Zeta 3's memory got wiped before we reached our destination. I don't want either of us getting in trouble for doing what needed to be done to secure a dangerous prisoner.
All right. There might be some kind of security mechanism on the droid.
Given your experience, I hope that's something you're prepared to handle. Do you think you can do it?
Do I think I can do it? I don't know what is needed for hacking into a droid.
You
You don't know you don't know a DC in character.
Mechanics wise, you have to shut him down before you can wipe him.
Yeah. So he needs to be turned off, and then you make a check. It's within the realm of possibility. I think you've probably done it before, a few times. Speaking of which, Signal, can you please find me the section of the rule book that deals with memory wipes? I'm trying to look for it now, but I have a lot of stuff open. I know you're more familiar with that section of the book than I am. So yeah, you guys are still having your conversation in the speeder.
Page 192.
Thank you. I was almost there.
All right. Yeah. I can try to deactivate the droid and wipe its memory.
I'm going to say, good. And I also assume, given your experience, I can count on your discretion.
Sure.
I'm going to say, very good. Name your price if you have one.
No, it's just part of the mission.
All right. So what happens next?
I'm going to say, very well, no rush, but it does need to happen before we hit holonet range.
Right. So, I guess I go up to sickbay.
So,
Okay.
so we're going to kind of like leave the speeder, I guess, and I'm going to say, okay, thanks for checking. I'll inform Roddick.
So yeah, you leave the speeder and you head up to sickbay. Signal is required to let you into that area since the stuff is still locked down apparently. And he has control over the lifts regardless. So yes, Signal Bunko requests being given access up to C deck where medbay is.
I authorize it.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you make your way up to C deck, and
don't see why
head
I
to the
wouldn't.
medbay. I'm just making sure you know. Yeah, you enter sick bay, and you don't see Zeta 3 anywhere, and you I suppose go into the medical bay, and you see him working at a terminal. You just walking in.
Is his back to me?
Not full on, but he's not looking directly at you.
Alright. Yeah, I just walk in.
Okay. Yeah, so since you walk in without trying to sneak or anything, he perceives you and turns his head and he says, Agent B, what can I assist you with? Is there a problem with the prisoner?
No, I just was wanting to get a checkup.
Very well. The results of your last examination were normal for your species. No communicable diseases. Please follow me to sickbay.
Alright.
So he turns and moves to sickbay.
So do I know where on this chassis the off switch is supposed to be?
That is going to take a mechanics check.
Also, there's this bit up in chat.
Yeah, so a droid that is shut down can take no actions and is effectively unconscious. Shutting down a willing droid is a standard action. Shutting down an unwilling droid is more difficult, requiring that you grab the droid and then make a mechanics check versus the droid's will defense as a standard action while it's grabbed. You cannot shut down an unwilling droid with locked access unless it is disabled or otherwise helpless. So what do? I'm going to take down because you are walking in a sick bay.
First, I lock the door so my 4-year-old daughter hasn't run into the room when I'm.
Probably a wise precaution.
All right. So I'm gonna. So I have to grapple the.
You have to grab him.
Grab. It's distinctly different from grapple, but it sounds similarly. It's like a lesser form of grapple.
I can bring up the cheat sheet. See here, types of actions. Show to players. As a standard action, you may make a grab attack. A grab attack is treated as an unarmed attack, except that it doesn't deal damage, and you take a -5 penalty on the attack roll. You can only grab an opponent up to one size larger than yourself, and only one opponent at a time. Until the grab breaks, a grab creature takes -2 penalty on attack rolls unless it uses a natural weapon or a light weapon. Additionally, it cannot move until it breaks the grab. Breaking the grab is a standard action, automatically clears one grabber per level. The grabbed creature chooses which grabbers it clears if there are any left over. So you're making a grab action?
Yep.
Alright, roll an attack. It's going to be, this is going to, I guess you're going to click strength, and then in the modifier, you're going to put in your base attack bonus. And I am going to give you a +2, no, I'm going to, yeah, +2 because your opponent is not aware of this.
Do I get my dex or?
No, this is a melee attack. Ooh, okay.
That wasn't with a +2, but yeah.
5. So you make to grab Zeta 3, and you knock Zeta 3 forward and into the wall, and it turns immediately around and says, "What is going on?" And it turns immediately towards you. What do you do?
I try to grab him again.
Okay. So yeah, you fling yourself at him. Just your standard melee attack this time, no advantage. He's confused, but he's a droid, so he's actively perceiving what is going on. So he says, "What? Agent B, what are you... Stop it! What are you doing?" So yeah, you crash into the droid. It's not that he's just standing still. This time when you dive at him, he like flings up his arm and like deflects it, and he's not like a close combat droid or anything, but he's like actively resisting you now, and he literally starts screaming, "Agent B, what are you doing? I must insist, you must stop this. This is an assault on Sector Ranger property." What do you do?
I grab him again.
Roll it again. All right, has to beat their reflex score. Yeah, okay. Let's check. It's a good thing I have him statted. Although I didn't think it was going to be friendly fire. Yeah, so you effectively grab him, but as he does, let's see here. As you do, like, you know, you're crashing about in the bay. Several things like fall off of the tables and break. One of the beds is like shoved up against the wall. There is a significant commotion. I would like, I think I think technically nobody is on this deck right now, but I would like perception checks from Roddick, Rayla, and Signal. Specifically Signal, because he is supposed to be monitoring the security cameras on board. Yeah, it was only going to... Well, it was only going to matter if you rolled a 20, Roddick. Okay, so neither Rayla and Roddick are aware as to what's going on at this point. Signal, you are scanning through your security channels, and you see Agent B struggling with Zeta 3. It looks like Zeta 3 is being grabbed and is currently being flung into a wall. There definitely seems to be some sort of physical altercation going on, and it looks like I think with that high perception score that Zeta 3, you can't tell who initiated it, but Zeta 3 is definitely on the defensive. And as this is happening, I think he makes an attempt to, I think, signal for help. Foster, you know more about droids. Do all droids come with integrated comm systems, or is that something that has to be added?
Comlink usually something has to be added.
Let me check his...
It depends on the base model. Some of them have them integrated, and some of them don't have it at all.
Alright, nope, he does not. So he's trying to desperately fling himself, or at least his hand, to the comm switch on the wall as this is happening. What do you do, Bunko?
The droid is?
Yeah.
Roddick.
Being I grabbed him, does that mean that I now can do a mechanics check, or?
There appears to be a physical altercation between Zeta 3 and Bunko, and Agent B in the medical bay.
Yeah, so you have to make a, let's see here. It's a use computers check. Does it? It doesn't say what type of action this is. I'm going to say this is a full round action.
It's worth noting, I don't know if you've actually considered Bunko being grabbed yet, but grab takes a -5 penalty on the attack roll.
He's not attacking Bunko.
No, Bunko had a 16 on strength. I don't know if you actually grabbed him with that, but...
Oh, was that not including the -5 that I read out earlier?
That's just a strength. There's no modifier on that at all.
Oh, you were supposed to add your base attack bonus?
I'm not getting any kind of prompt for a modification.
Yeah, you have to actually put it in as an attack. Otherwise, it won't do it. You just
okay.
Otherwise.
Definitely should have notified me. What is your base attack?
0.
Okay, so that was an 11.
Wait, you have a 0? You should have more than 0.
No, it should be 1.
So a 12. So yeah, that is technically still a grab. It doesn't say anything. Still memory wipes. Droid must be shut down. I seem to have lost it. Where's the section that it talks about it must be grabbed?
It's in what Foster posted.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
part
where
of
did
the
you find
shutdown.
that?
That's in. It was under the shutdown section. I posted it in notes.
Oh, yeah, the shutdown section. Standard action. You'll have to devote your entire turn to it. You can do it, but he is going to break. I think he is still going to get his action, I guess. I will say, I guess I'll say I'll let you roll initiative against this. For this is a very particular, if it comes down to it, he might do something. He is desperately trying to claw at the comm panel. He's screaming out. Roll initiative, please. And it's just a one-time roll, so you don't have to roll it on a token. 9. What is the droid's initiative roll? Probably not good.
Probably just Dex mod unless he's trained in it.
6. All right, you go first. You can make a standard action to shut down the droid. It requires a use computers check, please.
Use computers?
I think it's
Yes, it
mechanics.
is. No, it says. Oh, that is shut down. Sorry, I was looking at the memory wipe.
Mechanics
So roll a
versus
mechanics check.
the droid's will defense.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the memory wipe yet. Sorry, I was skipping a step. So mechanics.
They add a force point.
You can add a force point anytime you wish. Are you spending a
adds
force point?
5, right?
No, a force point adds a 1d6.
So, Roddick, you got a notification about a physical altercation in the medbay?
Yeah, I'm definitely up on
Sure.
my feet and running towards the med bay as fast as I can get there, which would be from down by the blaster range.
Okay, alright.
Have I gotten any comms about this thing in the med bay?
No. He seems to have sent it only to Roddick. Alright, so you get a total of 20. That is definitely enough to beat his will defense. So you shut him down. On the screen, you can see Bunko do something to the back of... Oh, wait, what about... I need to look one thing up real quick.
Locked access is an app.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if this droid has locked access.
It's Roddick's running up. He'll definitely be asking Signal for a fill-in of what's going on, or at least what he sees going on.
Zeta 3 seems to be defending against an attack from Agent B.
Alright, this is interesting. Is locked access a feat, or is it...
It is an accessory.
Where would that be? It's an accessory. So
Yep.
it will be listed under droid systems?
Should be under droid accessories.
Okay, so I don't think he has that.
Oh yeah, it should be in the droid systems box, yeah.
Which
On the
actually
character
doesn't
sheet.
really make sense given his droid level, or his droid type. Well, let me look one last bit.
It's an add-on that can be installed by owners as well.
Okay.
Trying to find where exactly it was.
I really think he would actually give it because there are have it because there are some things about Zeta 3 you do not know. However, it's not listed under the basic 3Z3 medical droid log. I'm gonna roll a 1d2, and this is gonna determine whether or not he had it installed either by his previous manufacturer or the sector rangers. Because I assume you guys, like Signal, do you have locked access?
Nope.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know. Instead of 1d2, I'll do a d20. Gives a little bit more variety here. Okay, so it does not have locked access. So Signal, you see Bunko grab Zeta 3, who is most definitely attempting to reach for the comm panel, shove it against the wall, rip open a panel on its back, and suddenly Zeta 3 goes limp. He's not a pure medical droid, Chin. I'll just say that. So Signal, do you report these details to Roddick?
Yep.
Okay, so Roddick, you're taking the
I roll
athletics, or what would I roll to be running? Out of curiosity.
Just give me there's no running for a small distance in the ship. You're just in the you're waiting on the elevator to take you down. Bunko is going to have enough time to attempt this. So Roddick, you have been informed of this. Are you informing him of everything you're seeing, or just that there is an altercation down in the med bay?
I inform him of what's going on.
Okay, so
Well, as far as I can tell.
You are told that it appears that Bunko has for some reason subdued Zeta 3. Bunko, you don't know any of this. Give me your droid wipe attempt.
By the way, I am yelling to Signal. The second I clear that hallway, you make sure that door opens. That's what I'm going to tell him.
So use computers check, please, Bunko. Eight. You are having a very difficult time with this. and you have never interacted with a 3Z3 medical droid before. You have no idea what this thing is, but when you pop open the interior, it seems like it has a much more advanced interior than a medical droid typically should, even for one that's new. You notice several subsystems that you're not sure what exactly this is for. Does not look like a typical droid by any means. And you are definitely having a hard time with this, and you're kind of having to rethink how you're doing this because you are not able to immediately wipe its memory. Roddick, the lift arrives on deck C.
I start sprinting towards the corner hallway, hoping that signal activates it the second I get line of sight, or opens the door the second I get line of sight on the door, while taking something from my bandolier.
What do you take?
My flashbang.
Okay. All right. So Signal, do you open the door?
Which door? The one for deck C? It's open already.
He's on deck C.
medical bay.
Are any of the doors here sealed on deck C at this point?
I probably left them sealed, but the one for the sick bay access was still open.
I was trying to tell you on the way down, Signal, that I wanted you to open the door as soon as I got line of sight on it for me, so I wouldn't have to actually approach it.
But it does.
He's talking about the
medical
bay door.
You want the actual open?
The medical bay door. I want to actually open.
The lab door?
The lab door, yes.
It leads to sick bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's closer. So would you open that?
Yes.
I want you to open those doors, all those doors.
All right. So, Roddick and Bunko, both give me initiative checks, please.
Absolutely. Rolling initiative.
Wow, you rolled terribly, but you rolled better than Bunko. The door opens. Bunko, you hear the door opening as you're fiddling around with the back circuits, and you don't really have time to do anything. Roddick, the door opens. You can see that the door between the med lab and sick bay is open. What do you do?
As soon as I get line of sight on that doorway, I'm going to try to bank a flashbang off the wall in sick bay into the sick bay in general.
Okay. Give me a flashbang grenade attack, please.
I've got this correct. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for it.
It should be dexterity plus your base attack bonus.
Okay, I think that is correct, but let me roll it here.
Ooh, yeah, that's I think for an area attack. Let me look this up.
Area attacks normally are just compared against, like, if you compare them against reflex defense, and if they hit for full damage. If they miss, they
yeah, this is a splash attack. That target takes full damage if your attack roll equals or exceeds its reflex defense, and half damage if the attack misses.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the flash grenade had no damage. It was just, if you succeeded, you blind them, and that's all it was.
Yeah, I know what a flash does. Bunko, what is your reflex defense, please?
17.
Okay, yeah, you take the full... What are the effects of the flash grenade, please? And I know you guys read this off occasionally, but you guys tend to leave off checks when I'm asking you for this stuff. So what are the effects of the flashbang?
I am checking right now. 1 second.
Do you have it noted in your character sheet in terms of what page
yeah,
it's on?
I thought I did, but I don't have the pages. Just 1 second.
Okay. That is something I'm going to be insisting that everybody do in the future. I think I did it on one person's character sheet. I put in parentheses or in brackets next to the relevant feat, skill, item, whatever, the book and the page number. We're definitely going to have that going forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I will go through and fix that completely here. Sorry, I was trying to fix it like at the last second.
Yeah, no problem.
I apologize. Flash grenade is on page 61 of J. It says, and hang on, all I see is that. 1 second.
J?
I think that is... Yeah, I think that's the one I'm looking for right now. Hold on a second. Academy, I think, possibly.
Yeah, it's the only one that begins with a J. Flash grenade, page 91, did you say?
Page 61. Flash canister R9 is what they call it, actually.
Okay, R9 flash canister, typically used in the combat training of Jedi apprentices. The R9 flash canister is an explosive device that causes dozens of tiny shells within the canister to burst forth and then detonate, creating a blinding flash of white light and piercing sound. There's a 3 square burst. Well, yeah, the whole sick bay is created with this, or flushed with this, and like any other grenades, it explodes on contact after it is thrown, effectively causing a bright flash of light. The same round, it is hurled. When you make an attack with an R9 canister, you make a single attack roll to compare reflex defenses. Creatures take no damage at all, but all creatures have total concealment against the creature until the start of the attacker's next turn. Blind creatures are immune to this effect. So, Bunko, you are blinded.
For my move action, I am just charging as fast as I can.
Okay.
Towards
Yeah,
the
you toss it in
through
there.
this.
You use your move action to toss it in there, and it goes off immediately, as it said, and then you charge in. You see Bunko, I think, flailing back from what is obviously Zeta 9, who is up against the wall. Rear panel popped open, and there were like circuits crossed. Obviously, like something was being done to the back of the panel. Like Bunko has her like hands in front of her face and is like moving backwards. Bunko, your turn.
I don't know what I can actually do other than cuss at whatever. I don't even know that it's him. So
Yeah.
You don't necessarily know where anyone is with total concealment. If you
You don't even know who it is.
If you want to see where someone is, it's a -10 to your perception check, and if you make an attack against someone, you determine the square you think someone's in, and then you take a -5 to your attack roll.
Yeah, give me a perception check -10. Wow.
2.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, you have absolutely no idea what's going on in the room. You can't see anything. There's like a ringing in your ears, although you're not actually deafened. You said you just like flail back and cuss, Bunko?
yeah.
Okay, so Roddick, you're standing in the room. You've got your do you have like your gun out or
I don't have my weapons out. I have probably my slinker pistol up, and I've probably got
okay,
my
yeah.
other stuff up. But I'm not.
So
gonna be
your
using
slinker
this shit.
pistol is active on your shoulder and tracking wherever your head is moving. You see Bunko flailing back, cussing.
Yeah, I've got
and-
the drop on Bunko, and since I see it is Bunko here, and he apparently doesn't have a weapon out, and I don't know exactly what's going on yet, so I'm not going to jump to wild conclusions. I'm going to continue my charge, and I'm going to try to turn my charge into a straight-out double drop kick on the surprised Bunko.
Oh god!
To put her flat on her ass, hopefully.
All right, give me a melee attack roll. Are you literally just going for a damaging attack, or what are you trying to do?
Trying to knock her flat on her ass, hopefully. Just trying to at least get her away from the droid.
So, are you trying to restrain her?
Not yet. That'll probably be the following action. I'm just trying to get her pushed back and away from the droid. Just kick her out of the way, basically.
Okay, give me a melee attack. This is going to be plus your strength and your attack bonus, and the target number is going to be insanely low. There was something to their reflexes, I think, Rayla, about the blinded thing that you were reading out just now.
There's nothing listed for his reflex defense.
Okay.
He takes
okay,
penalty
so-
on attacks, but
You're definitely considered flat-footed since you cannot see who is attacking
That
you.
should have a I just hit strength roll. I probably rolled the wrong thing here. Is that what I should have rolled? Just a strength roll and then still do the
Strength
bonus?
plus base attack, so that's
Okay, so,
a 21.
And then I'd have the +1 for the Iotrin bonus as well.
Yeah, you get a melee attack on everything, a bonus on everything. So that more than meets the flat-footed reflex requirement. You double drop kick Bunko like oh god, like right up against one of the beds and just smacks into it. Can you roll what is unarmed damage? I think it's a D4. Yeah, roll a D4.
Copy that.
And is that Iotrin bonus only to attack, or is that what does it say? Is it melee just one
It says
to attack?
+1 to all melee attacks.
Okay, all right. So yeah, you take 4 damage, non-lethal, Bunko, as you're kicked into a gurney and sent sprawling into the corner by some very heavily armored figure. Are you attempting to do anything, Bunko?
I'm still cussing, and I'm trying to see what the hell's going on.
Yeah, you're able to see now, although it's not great. Zeta 3 is still up against the wall, and you have apparently been drop-kicked by Roddick after, I think you see, like, a canister. Yeah, so give me another perception check from Rayla and Chen. And Signal's watching all of this and probably, like, recording it for posterity as Bunko gets drop-kicked into a gurney. Rayla does not hear the flashbang go off. I was giving a very substantial lessening of the target number. Chen, you do hear, since it is one deck directly above you, an explosion of a grenade.
Okay, I'm gonna like open a comm kind of to like everybody on the ship basically, and say, what the hell is going on? I heard an explosion.
So Roddick, what are you doing? Bunko's like blinking her eyes. She looks dazed. She's definitely taken a fairly solid hit.
I think I'm immediately going to try to get to my feet and restrain her so she can't get to any weapons while hollering, what the hell is going on in here?
I'll start making my way down.
Make a grab attack, please.
Would that be a strength roll again?
What
would that be? I don't know how to roll this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a strength. It's going to be 1d20 plus your strength mod plus your base attack minus 5.
It's gonna roll it manually.
Plus 1 for your Iotrin bonus. And I'm gonna give you another plus. I'm gonna lower the DC by 2 given the nature of Bunko's current situation. That's definitely a hit. So you grab Bunko. It's not a full grapple. You have to get a feat for that, which is something I recommend.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
But yeah, you grab Bunko and start trying to restrain her. Meanwhile, you hear like just a bunch of crap over your comms. Rayla, you do hear Chen shouting over comms like, "What the hell was that? Like there was a grenade explosion or something."
Somebody tell me I was asleep.
I begin repairs.
I think you were actually. Okay, yeah. Okay, you were asleep.
I was, yeah.
Okay, all right. So yeah, you hear that. So you hurtle down the lift into medbay. Bunk, are you actively trying to resist being restrained?
No, I'm telling Roderick that he's a freaking bulky idiot that keeps on messing up everything.
Chen, are you going up one deck? Chen?
What's up?
Are you going up?
To the source of the explosion? Alright.
Yeah,
so
towards the source as best I can tell.
Within 1 minute, Signal, Rayla, and Rayla's the last to arrive on the scene, looking, only partially dressed.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Chen can't actually get to the lift that has access to it.
Oh,
the other
is
one
he locked out?
The other one wouldn't be authorized.
Okay, so he's gonna have to wait for the other lift.
And I still have this door locked.
Okay, so
to get to the lift that's functioning.
Oh, he's like, is he trapped in the cargo bay because you have it locked down?
Okay. Right now I haven't unlocked the other lifts.
Okay, so yeah, you're actually locked in the cargo bay, Chen.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, I'm gonna demand that Signal unlock the door, or did Signal go down
Signal doesn't have a comm link integrated.
I do.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, but I don't have access to the computer from where I'm standing.
Yeah, so he can't do that remotely. But Signal and Rayla roll and kind of stagger into the room. You find Bunko being tackled and restrained by Roddick. Roddick, are you putting cuffs on the the potential prisoner?
Depends. Is Bunko really trying to resist, or is Bunko?
She said no.
I'm just cussing you out.
Just cussing me out, and it doesn't look like you're going for a weapon after a moment. I'm going to cautiously let you go without actually cuffing you, but you can definitely see my slinker is still active very, very blatantly as I wait for the others.
I want to yell over my comm like status report. What the hell is going on? Signal, open the door for me.
Signal, give me a perception check, please, and Rayla, you too.
Ah, yes. My beautiful, beautiful perception check.
I'm going to knack my perception check.
That's probably good.
Oh, yes. Perception check. You are so beautiful. What I get?
4. Signal, you realize that Zeta 3 has been shut down, like you saw, and you're looking, and it seems like someone was attempting to either hotwire him, or because this is something that occurs, like this is something that weighs heavily on your mind, being a droid that is striving for independence. Someone was attempting to initiate a memory wipe.
I begin repairs on whatever was changed.
Okay. Give me. You don't have to give me a mechanics check. He didn't actually succeed in doing anything. Do you reactivate the droid?
Yes, I reactivate
Okay.
Zeta 3.
So meanwhile, Chen is still hollering through the comms, like status report, what the hell is going on?
Rayla,
Agent B Bunko, or Agent B Bunko, Agent B attack on Sector Ranger property.
Yeah, so you reactivate the droid, and like it's in the middle of screaming. It's like, I demand you let me go, please. What is the reason for this attack? And like,
He looks down and sees that's 19 there.
yeah, it's like, wait, what happened? And it looks around, and it says that one, Agent B assaulted me, attempted to deactivated me.
Assault on Ranger property, huh? I'm going to turn to Agent B and say, what exactly was going on here? I'm still waiting for an answer on that.
All in the mission.
The mission was to assault our surgical droid, and I'm going to look very not buying that.
Check closely. He's not only a surgical droid.
Are you saying our surgical droid is a spy?
Might be.
Signal, can you investigate this?
Bunko, please give me a deception check or a persuasion check, depending upon whether you believe this or not.
Alright. I have a skill that does that, so I'll do persuasion first, and
Okay.
I most likely will have to roll deception.
Wasn't it the other way around? You fail on deception and go for persuasion?
No.
No, it's seducer is what he's talking about. It's persuasion. It's persuasion then deception.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely not going to fly. It sounds to you, Roddick, like Bunko's spewing things from his ass. Deception, a little better. It still doesn't explain what's happening here, or why this happened, but like there does seem to be a little bit of emphasis in here, like maybe she might be trying to convey something, although it's obvious to you that she's not telling the entire truth.
I'm convinced enough to let Signal run an investigation on our
For
medical
reference,
droid.
that didn't actually beat your score there for
Hearing
deception.
Jace probably still yelling over the comms, I tried to open whatever door is keeping him locked out.
So all of the terminals on this deck are locked out by Signal. It's going to have to be unlocked from the bridge.
Right, I'll get on that then. Noticing
Zeta
the state
3.
of undress.
Why would Agent B attack you?
I do not know. The agent came in, and like he begins playing a recording of the dialogue. So through his vocabulator, you hear Bunko come in and ask for a checkup. You hear like the whole little conversation, and then you hear a bunch of crashing and like the screaming of the droid. And then like it goes blank when it gets shut down.
Radek's gonna just cross his arms and does not look good, Agent B, especially if you're going to not give us the full answer. If Signal determines that our droid's not a spy, what will you have to say for yourself? You should have come to us if you had suspicions with that. What were you thinking?
Zeta 3 seemed to have been accomplishing main directives. Has to conduct medical analysis. And attacked.
Radek's turning to be just looking, still arms crossed, waiting for A better explanation of what the hell's going on here?
Check the back of the droid. The droid's not a normal medical droid.
So what kind
D3
of
was
droid is it?
shut down. This is likely an attempt to memory wipe.
Yeah, so Roddick, he does say memory wipe. Does anybody turn to Zeta 3? And have any questions or what? Like, Rayla, you are just about now reaching the bridge. Give me a use computers check, please.
Rayla?
Okay, yeah, that's enough. Signal, you didn't like lock it out for everybody.
I don't have that ability.
Okay, all right. So you're able to open the doors. Which doors do you open for?
The door that
Just
Chen requires to get here.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so you open that up and you gain access to the lift. Suddenly, the door slides open, Chen, and you almost fall through. And you, I guess, you rush to the lift. Is that right?
Yeah, with my
People have
weapons
not
on,
been. People have
'cause
not been
nobody's told
responding
me
to you.
anything.
Yeah. So you make your
Well,
way up to the.
I did say like attack on Sector Ranger property.
Yeah, I
but,
guess
yeah.
I guess that would be giving you more impetus to hurry up than before. So you get to C deck, and I think Rayla, do you come back down?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so Rayla arrives a little bit after Chen. All of you are here. I think Roddick is sitting on Bunko's back with Bunko's
I think I would have
hands
stopped in
behind
my
her
room
back.
to get something that's more than a nightdress to wear.
Okay. So you come by a couple minutes later.
Uh,
And there seems to be like a heated
Signal
discussion.
says patient currently unattended, or prisoner currently unattended.
I think that
Since everybody's
is-
here.
So Chen, you burst into the
that's
room and
gonna
you're saying
immediately
that,
make me
but like
concerned.
Chen, you see Bunko being restrained by Roddick. You see a flash grenade, a spent flash grenade on the ground. Are you just like, what the hell happened here?
I'm gonna immediately tell Roddick to get down and watch the prisoner, and to keep an open comm. So
Roddick,
we can-
does that strike you as the intelligent thing to do, given what just occurred here? Like, you have no idea what just occurred.
Roddick crosses his arms and he looks to Chen and Rayla and where is Rayla right now? She's back up.
Rayla is coming down from B deck in something other than her 90s.
Roddick's going to look to the others and say that as soon as Rayla gets here, I'll head down with the prisoner. I'm going to pause for a second and I'll say I'm going to turn to Bunko and say we don't know what this one's going to do. I'm going to walk over to Jen and I'm going to motion my thumb
I
back
think
to Bunko and say
Zeta 3 turns to you and says, Officer Concord, I was assaulted by this one, Agent B, and he attempted to memory wipe me.
I'm gonna say, hold on, and I guess Rayla's probably kind of coming into the room here.
I'm here.
I'm gonna say, Rayla, go keep an eye on our prisoner while me and Roddick sort out what the hell is going on here.
Okay.
Roddick's going to turn to Jen and say, sure, do you want me to go keep an eye on the prisoner? Rayla just woke up. I'm still fresh.
Well, I want
I
somebody
do
keeping an
want
eye
to
on the
posit-
prisoner.
I do want to posit, Roddick, that you have had a lot of misgivings about this person that you are restraining. You have filed criminal charges against her, and I mean, like, you can set your own priorities, but like, she was here attempting to memory wipe the medical droid.
Yeah, I guess that is a good point.
I don't
guess
know
I'll
which
say Rayla
which
can
would
go
you
check
consider your primary, like, you don't know what's happening here, so
I guess I will
it's up
ask
to you.
Rayla. I will ask Rayla to go hit the prisoner up then instead.
Okay.
That does make sense.
All right, so Rayla makes her way to the lift. Chen, what are you saying during the situation? You know what supposedly was supposed to go on, but Signal and Bunko and Roddick are all in here, as is Zeta 3, who is like in the corner farthest away from Bunko.
I want to consult Roddick first and just say what happened.
I'm going to say that I got a call from Signal that our agent here was apparently trying to jump on, shut down, and then wipe our droid. I guess he was trying to bring it, was trying to wrestle it. I'm going to kind of point down to it, just kind of shake his head and say, I've dealt with droids
You can
a
see
lot,
where
I've never
there's been
tried that approach.
a lot of things knocked around this room. Like, there was some sort of very difficult struggle in here.
I was gonna say that I had Signal open the doors and I flashed her before she could do any more damage. By the time she that cleared, I already had managed to subdue the suspect. And I'm gonna kind of motion to B and look back to Jen and say that I don't know what the hell she was doing here, but all she'll say is it was the mission and something about. He's gonna just kind of think about it for a second and what was that other thing she said?
Your circuits are intact, Zeta 3?
She's
not a medical droid, but everything I've seen seems to suggest that it's within standard.
I'm gonna just kind of look at B and say, Agent B, what the fuck?
He's not a medical droid. Check his back.
Like,
Why-
Zeta 3, like, turns to the rest of you, like, just, like, looking.
I'm
Signal.
just gonna. I'm
Investigate
going.
the droid's back. See what Agent B is talking about before we.
I'm going to look at Zeta 3 and order Zeta 3 to shut down and say, Signal, take a look at it.
I am afraid I cannot shut down. You are now in conflict with my second order of rules. Although I am obliged to obey a superior, I have standing orders to preserve the integrity of law aboard this ship. I have reason to believe that if I am shut down, I will be memory wiped, and thus I will not be in compliance with my primary directive from Sector Central Command.
Radek's gonna turn to the droid and say, "I don't think you're going to be wiped. I just drop-kicked someone that supposedly works for us across the room for you," and I'm gonna kind of motion to it and say that I want to see what is going on with this.
Back
Not a
contains
medical
nothing more
droid.
than normal circuitry and shutdown switch.
I'm going to talk to Zeta 3 and I'm going to say the situation is under Ranger control now. It's safe. It's safe for you to shut down.
I am afraid I guess give me a persuasion check, Jen, because this is definitely going against his core programming. That's not enough. He's treating you currently as hostile, especially since you were the one that said something about wiping his memory before. He says, I assure you, I am operating to my designated specifications. I will allow Signal to examine me. I will not, however, shut down. It would be a violation of my protocols. So Signal, give me a perception test. He's most definitely not a standard medical droid. You have no idea what a 3Z...
running diagnostics, so it's effectively a 19.
Yeah, you have no idea what a 3Z3 medical droid is supposed to be. You can see he has some fairly advanced gyros, and it looks like he might have like a secondary core or something. Can you please give me a roll for knowledge technology? He is most definitely a medical droid, but it looks like he has some functionality built into his chassis that would indicate that he is at least capable, or should be capable with modifications, to be a much more athletic droid. You have seen things like this built into battle droids. Like, he seems to be structurally reinforced in some areas. He's most definitely a medical droid, but it looks like
maybe intended for battlefield purposes.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you put that together yourself, so you're thinking like he might be some sort of extra reinforced like combat medic. Again, like
primary directive is in line with medical protocols, possibly reinforced for combat medic purpose, but still medical.
I think that Riley's gonna cross his arms, look back to B, and say, "So the fact that our droid has armor is why you decided to tackle it to the ground and attempt to wipe its memory? You're gonna need to give us more than this, Agent B."
This would actually be more in line with our current needs.
I'm going to Can I like kind of assist Bunko on a deception check by like throwing Bunko some softball questions, basically?
You could. Yeah, give me a deception. Alright, you'll get a +2 to your roll if you attempt to deceive, but I need to know how you're attempting to deceive. Chen, I'm going to need to know what questions you're softballing here.
Rayla, are you with the prisoner right now?
Rayla's heading down. I want to take care of the situation here first.
Just asking. I
I
wasn't
wanna,
sure where she
like-
was.
Like suggest, like say things like did you have any suspicions about the origins of this droid or something like that?
Okay, alright, so that's enough of a setup. Bunko, how do you respond?
Yeah, he's always been acting quirky. Especially with this new prisoner on board.
We have had significantly less interaction between ourselves, Agent B, than I have with the rest of the crew. And as for my interactions with the prisoner, they have been entirely in keeping with my functions as a medical droid and my adherence to the
Roddick's gonna hold up a finger.
he stops.
I'm going to say that sounds like a normal, annoying medical droid to me. Regular rules lawyer.
Bunko, give me a deception check with a +2. Ronick and Signal, you're not entirely convinced, but you haven't really been around B long enough to know her personality. If you don't inherently trust her, it's still not going to affect that. But she might be actively like telling the truth in terms of like maybe she did believe this, but it's not definite. You can
suggest Zeta 3 be locked in storage for rest remainder of trip, but not shut down.
Zeta 3 turns to Signal and says, I am in compliance with orders. However, Signal, if I were to be locked in storage, I would not be able to perform my primary medical duties. As such, I have reason to believe that a prisoner aboard this transport is currently being mistreated, and it is incumbent upon me to maintain examination of the prisoner in order to ensure her health. I would not be able to fulfill my functions from a storage room.
Signal says in primary, primarily to prevent tampering with circuitry and memory.
I'm just gonna cross his arms and say, perhaps we can simply lock you into medical.
Which is much faster than Roddick can understand it. But Zeta 3 will be able to.
I'm gonna say I think I'd rather keep Zeta 3 active for taking care of the prisoner. I'd rather risk a droid than any of my personnel.
This would be allowable. I believe he would be necessary for care of prisoner.
Signal and Roddick, because since you know binary, I think you know a little bit more about droids than some of the others. Can both of you give me intelligence checks?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Only an 8, actually.
Roddick, it's not fully formed. It would occur to you, and this is the last thing I'm going to say on the matter. You know, her story is entirely plausible. It does not explain the memory wipe, however. You know that literally is only used for wiping memory from the droid. It can actually reset it to factory settings if enough is done.
Convinced that's what she was trying to do and not trying to pull information off of it, because I'm thinking half that I might be.
You cannot pull memory from a memory wipe. If you think that might be why she was doing it, but Signal was fairly fervent in the fact that he rolled a 19 on that, was attempting to memory wipe him.
I think the medical droid needs to be placed under escort at all times. One of us that's not Agent B will have to keep an eye on it. I'm going to kind of glance around.
Agreed. Necessary for mission success.
In emotion, I'm going to say that Theta, I want you to keep your distance from Agent B. I don't like her any more than you do. And I'm going to look back at her with almost a glare under my helmet.
I have no personal opinions upon the matter, Agent Concord. However, I must inform you that this is now entered into my log. An illegal memory wipe of a Sector Ranger droid carries with it a hefty punishment for erasing evidence.
Roddick's going to stand up and he's going to look to the others and say, all right, one of us will have to take turns escorting the medical droid, but you stay with somebody at all times. Who would you like to go with first?
It is not my concern, Agent Concord. However, I will insist that I not be left in the care of Agent B, or I believe Officer Nevada, who proposed my memory wipe some hours ago. I have reason to fear that due to personal obligations, Agent Nevada may wipe my memory as well.
Roddick's going to cross his arms and think about it for a second and say, fine, stay with Rayla or Signal, then go with them at all times. Signal?
Affirmative.
Signal needs to stay at his post. Sometimes you'll have to call for Rayla if you want to go somewhere. In the meantime, go check on the prisoner and go check on Miss Farsi.
All right, so we'll end the session. Rayla, give me a perception check.
I'm feeling that that whole situation was taken advantage of.
Rayla, you make your way down the lift as they're having this long conversation. And you make your way into the port side airlock, and you see that the fields are still, or not airlock, port side detention cells. You see the fields are still up, but you do not see the prisoner.
Yay.
All right, so I will. I'm gonna have an interesting time with XP for this session. So it's gonna be fairly limited. But I think everybody that was a very enjoyable session for me. I like sessions where we explore like matters that are not necessarily just combat related. This was an interesting exploration of a scenario where you guys are transporting a prisoner and what can happen when people are too paranoid or not, apparently maybe not paranoid enough, who knows, and end up going about things in a potentially difficult way, and end up like the ease in which it can be justified to mistreat a prisoner. I think it was a really good session overall. Like I really appreciate everybody participating, and I think it was definitely just very interesting that we don't necessarily touch on these subjects all the time, and there was a lot of inter-party interaction in this that I felt was very very good. So for everybody, I'm going to assign 400 XP total for role playing this session, and
Ooh, nice.
Up until the end, securing your prisoner.
Quick
Well,
question: what do
yeah.
I roll for hit points?
You get another level.
I just leveled, yeah.
I think you are a D10. It might be a D12. Let me look.
And do I reset my force points to what are my force points now?
Force points are 1/2 your level plus 5. So it'll be 7 force points for you.
Nice.
For a soldier, base health is D10 plus your con. So give me a D10 plus, I think you have a 2 modifier.
Come on, decent dice. Oh,
Wow,
yeah.
pretty good. Another
I'll
10.
take it.
Does that like bring you up to like friggin' 65 or some shit? Like crazy Terminator levels of health?
Do I get those as immediate hit points, or do I have to heal up to them?
You are at max health right now. I'm going to say you get them.
Awesome.
If you were down any health, we would treat things differently.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does anybody
you have a
else level
65
up?
right now?
I do. I'm just currently deciding whether I want to put that level in soldier or scoundrel.
Okay.
Well, I can roll for independent droid hit points. Which is D10.
Yes. All right, so you can become an independent droid, but it is stated as part of independent droid that you and me are going to have to work out what exactly was the final straw in breaking your programming. We already established that a lot of it was probably the 80 level or the 80 years in isolation aboard the ship, but you weren't an independent droid when you were picked up. So something in recent events has broken your programming. And I think it's actually something that happened aboard the vessel. I mean, like, it was part of this experience. So you and me will have to worry about that. For level 4, you get your attack bonus increases to +4, Roddick.
Nice. Awesome.
You get a bonus feat. Remember, bonus feats can only... I like to term these as class feats. It's not a general feat, it's a class feat. So you can pick from any of the skills